Alright.
All right. Are we good to go?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So this is our 10th session of 20 sides, not including last week. Last week we had, I'm not sure if anyone watching the stream or on YouTube might have seen a different type of episode as we played some mini games while I prepared for the next stretch of the journey. But this time we do have a new player joining us. We will be joining by Casey, who is playing Rana, the Drow cleric. Say hello, Casey.
Hello.
And as usual, the rest of our crazy motley crew of adventurers is back. We have Juno playing Alana, the human rogue.
Hello.
Ed is playing our human wizard, Sethanon.
Hello.
No Life Queen, who is in charge of our stream, is playing Blivette, the gnome wizard.
Greetings.
Picard will be taking the reins of our human paladin, Dubois.
Bonsoir.
And Richard, who I hope is here and alive and well, is playing Rahaj, our tiefling cleric.
Joie.
And then, of course, Hazel is playing our elvish druid, Jacket.
G'day, mate.
And as a surprise, we will be having another guest player next week. He couldn't join us, unfortunately, this time, but since this is a very transitional period, it actually works out for the best anyways. But for anyone watching who does not know, and for Casey as well, we have a bit of a system where because I get distracted and there's lots of things going on, especially with so many players, I outsource my D&D or DM duties to the players. So you can see right here on the screen, I've listed all of our chores. These are voluntary chores. You don't have to take one if you don't want to, but if you take one, then your character automatically gets an extra 10 experience points. And of course, No Life Queen is always our stream queen, so I decided to give her 10 experience, since that is also an important job. But just before we roll for them, what I'm going to do is just explain what each chore does, just so you give you an idea of what you might want to do. The Rule Master is essentially in charge of, in case we come into a dispute or confusion over the rules, the Rule Master has to just check the rule book. Essentially, normally I'll just pick or make up a rule on the spot that makes sense, but I do like to go back and check the rules for future reference, just to respect the balance of the game. So that'll be your job, is basically just looking up on the rule book any questions we may have. The Time Lord keeps track of the in-game progression of time. Sometimes it's not a big deal, but other times it's very important, like down to the minutes of the actual time that's passing in-game. So I might say, like, oh, you spend 15 minutes searching this room, or it takes you half an hour to travel to this place. You'll just have to make notes of that as we go along, and then let me know how much time has passed by the end of the game, so I can update, where we are in the game world's time. The Arithmancer is in charge of doing complex math. So if you wanted to add up all those dice that Jacket and Rahaj were rolling in chat, then that would be your job. Or if it was something like I was giving out experience points and they need it divided, or you're doing complicated purchase with gold and silver and copper pieces. Normally we would leave that to the Arithmancer to do that while we keep the role-playing going. Chronicler essentially just keeps track of everything that's happening. You don't have to keep track of every detail, but just the general story as it progresses in game. And then we have a Google Doc where you can just write some point form notes of everything that's happened, just to remind ourselves next week of everything that's transpired. And of course, the Inquisitor is our newest job. It's basically when we're playing, if you have any questions about the lore of the world or questions about certain characters in the world, it could be NPCs, it could be other player characters, but just a general question that you would like answered. Essentially, at the end of the game, you can send me a list of questions, like maybe 5 or 10 questions, based on what we've experienced. And it could also be rules-based as well. And I will answer those questions, but I won't necessarily tell you them. depending on the nature of the question. So, for example, Rahaj or Richard last week, one of his questions was what state the medical community was, like what state medicine was, and surgery and that sort of thing. And so as a result, I created a little handout based on that, a little lore bite, but only for those who actually rolled a high enough medicine check. So not everyone will know the answers to these questions, but they will be out there. And it kind of just helps to build the world and make it more fleshed out and gives it more depth. So those are all the chores. So if you are interested in volunteering, you don't have to, but if you do wish to volunteer for 10 experience, just roll 1d70. So it's just /roll space then 1d70, and the highest number gets to pick first. And of course, if the thing you really want gets chosen and there's only like one job left over, you don't have to take it. You can pass on it if you wish.
Will I be rolling for this as well?
Yeah, if you wish to. Yeah, it's totally voluntary.
If you don't, your character does die. Just so you know.
If your character dies, it'll be purely coincidence, I promise.
Unless you're Rahaj.
How dare you?
Nice roll there, Rahaj.
Woo.
Oh, wait. Yeah, all I saw was rolling 1d70. I thought you forgot to type /.
Oh, how dare you?
All right, and give another few seconds if anyone else wants to roll. But it looks like that's Jacket in first place. So Jacket, you can go ahead and
no, I think Ed got first with 40,
Yeah.
and then Rahaj. Then
sorry, I was looking at your 12d6 roll. You got a 35. So yeah, Ed, you can pick first for chores.
I will take Inquisitor this time.
Awesome. And then next would be Rahaj.
Math Lord.
Nice. And then Jacket.
I'm gonna save Juno and do Chronicler again.
Of course, none of you have to do Chronicler as well. I could do it myself, as I have in the past. And Alana.
The Time Lord.
Lord, go ahead. All right. And I will take care of Rule Master this time. But as we begin, I just want to do a quick recap of everything that's happened. So in the previous side, essentially, this group of random adventurers responded to a call by a certain Professor Tieso. He needed help rescuing a fellow researcher who had been trapped in the Shadowfell. So through Tieso, you met with Eladris, this elf who was in charge of this research expedition, and his daughter Mira accompanied you into the Shadowfell, where you encountered many dangers, many of you nearly dying. Some of you decided that it was way too dangerous and decided to peace out before completing the mission, and we ended up with a bit of a party split. You also found some survivors in the Shadowfell. Not all of them made it out alive, but you did manage to rescue two, Brian and Patricia, and Patrica's newborn baby, Dubois.
And we rescued Jason.
Did you rescue Jason?
Saved him from himself.
We got him out of danger.
Yeah,
Immediate danger.
I wonder how that's gonna play out.
Not long-term danger, though.
Well, anyways, so you did find some survivors, and some of you did continue on and saw the mission through all the way to this black cathedral, which had the symbol of this strange, unknown entity called Anima. And so you entered this cathedral, and through some weird physical paradoxes, you managed to find the dungeon where Richam, one of the researchers, as well as Zarius, the lead researcher, were basically conducting research. However, Richam was kind of being held against his will, so you unfortunately had to kill Zarius to free Richam, but you managed to make it out of there alive. I don't have to take necrotic damage. I made my save. But anyways, yes, you also discovered through some experimentation on Blivette's part that, when she said the words, "Praise be to Anima," she had to make a wisdom save, and she ended up taking some necrotic damage as a result. Yeah, she got a big headache out of saying that, because every time you see it written, it's normally written as "Praise be not to anima not," but that time she said it a bit differently. But hopefully, find out more about that in the future. But who knows? I'm just the dungeon master. I don't know. But anyways, you can keep trying that, Raj. Maybe one day it'll work. Maybe. But last we left off, you did make it back to the Shadow Crossing, which was just this room in the middle of a cave, just this seemingly man-made room in the middle of a cave. And as soon as you emerged from the cave, sorry, Rana, you're not going to have much vision here.
That's fine.
But as you emerged from this room, you saw a man wearing armor, carrying a crossbow, and he had his crossbow pointed at you. A knight came over and placed all of you under arrest in the name of Trestia and the Grandees of Ultima. And that's essentially where we left off last week. So essentially what happened is after you were confronted by this knight and several other guards, some more guards came piling into the cave, and you were all essentially placed in manacles and patted down as they begin ushering you out of the cave and onto the beach. I do also want to take this opportunity to point out to Casey that this is a good example of our buzzer system. So whenever I'm describing something or a conversation is happening and you want your character to act immediately, you want to jump in and interrupt what's happening, you're going to do what Blivette just did there, and you're going to type the 3 ampersands. And essentially, if multiple people type them in, then I'll just go in order from whoever typed it in first. If you want to interject, but you don't want to interrupt what's happening, you can wait a little bit until the current action is resolved. Then just do a single ampersand, so that way I know you won't have something to do, but it's not important. The same thing is if you have a question out of character, then it's just question marks instead, or a single question mark if you can wait until later. So Blivette, you wanted to do something really quick as they're ushering you out of this room.
Before, the moment I hear them say under arrest, I flip my sketchbook, my spellbook open to my notes at the back, rip out the most recent stuff, which is basically my weapon designs and any notes on the Shadowfell, and I'm gonna firebolt them. Because they're not getting their hands on them.
Okay, I would say you pretty easily set it on fire. As everyone's getting ushered out, Patra as well, clutching her baby. What's going on? Jackie, you also want to do something.
Can I snuff my flame so they don't see it?
Your produce flame in your hand, you mean?
Yeah,
you can. You put that out. I believe you still had light. Someone had casted light. Maybe
I did.
I have light, and Rahaj has light.
Yeah. If anyone wants to cancel those spells, but essentially, as Alana opened the door, they saw the light coming out, so they would have seen some light source at this point. But Blivette, essentially, as they're all ushering you out of this room, one of the guards comes up to you, Blivette, and sees the burning paper on the ground. He's, "What's that? What are you doing there?"
Nothing.
Give me a deception check.
Oh, God. I'm so good at deception.
-2.
Ouch.
Broken new ground. Wow. New ground.
That's good because
This is why Rahaj does the talking.
it's funny because he got a 2 on his insight check.
Oh, wow.
I think he
You're
won.
up to something. Let me see your hands. Keep your hands where I can see them. And he begins pulling you aside. I want you to open your character sheet. You get -1 influence.
Where do I just...
Ooh.
So you will see on your character sheet under your resources, I've added a new resource, which is influence. Okay. So you should now have -1.
All right.
Oh, God.
So you're all ushered. You're all ushered out, and you're placed in manacles immediately. As they begin patting you down, they take your bags. They remove your weapons.
How dare they?
Alana, you wanted to do something.
I immediately don't like that, and I demand from the captain guy, Why? The reason for the arrest. Why are you placing us under arrest? I demand to know. I have the right.
He comes over and like he starts manhandling you basically now, taking your stuff. We'll be the ones asking questions. Now comply or face the consequences.
Take off your. At least I should have the respect of seeing the person's face of who's arresting me.
You'll have my respect when you earn it, heretic. Rahaj, what are you doing as this is happening?
When somebody's drifting hands reach my axe, Rahaj is gonna say, Whoa, Rahaj would advise against taking that. You see, Rahaj's soul and the axe are one. If you remove the axe, Rahaj dies, and in his place will take a demon. Rahaj no, because the axe used to be his father's, and well, that is how his mother died.
Listen, hand it over, or I'll take it.
Sir, I am warning you,
He's
it will
got
be
his hand-
nothing but trouble. And when it grows, I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy to make my eyes look the same color as the sockets of the skull of the blade.
Make a perception check.
Perception?
Yeah.
Ooh, got a lot of disadvantage. Still there. I can't even. Oh, there it is. Ah, nope.
Okay, so you as you're talking, you fail to notice the other guard coming up behind you as you're talking. Is a 14 enough to hit your armor class?
Yep.
Okay. So you take 7 bludgeoning damage as he hits you on the back of the head. Keep quiet and do as you're told.
Ow.
Yeah, so all of you guys, all your weapons are being taken. He
All
again
right,
tries
well.
to take the hand axe. Unless you resist, he takes the hand axe.
Whatever, I was lying.
Same thing with everyone else. And you're all ushered out into the beach when you first came in. Jacket, did you want to do something as this is happening?
Did they just quickly snatch it out and pull the bags away before anyone could notice? Like, what? How quick was it?
Like, this is all happening over the course of 5 minutes now. Oh, keep in mind, this is still early morning. This is 4 a.m. for my Time Lord. So yeah, this is happening, like, over 5 minutes as they're all, like, forcing you out, manhandling you, and, like, shoving you, taking your stuff. You also notice, Jacket, as this happens, Dig, very quickly and very stealthily scutters out under your jacket, under your pant leg, and then scutters away. Same thing with, he actually goes up to Alana, and after you hear, and then you actually, Alana, you feel Alfred kind of pop out of your pack, and
That's cool.
Dig and Alfred kind of scurry off.
Go on, Alfred.
Um,
I kind of, nudge him out of my pocket.
yeah, none of the other guards seem to notice them.
Oh, Dick, good luck, buddy.
So
Alfred's buddy. buddy system.
Okay, so I'm wearing my jacket and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I'm fine.
Also, Rahaj, as they're like patting you down, one of the guards, he feels your Cyric symbol under your chest, and he pulls it out, he like looks at it and like rips it off your neck.
I don't have a symbol. It's carved into my chest.
Oh, okay. Well, as he's patting you down, like he's like looking under, and he sees under as they're like checking under your shirt for any concealed weapons. He sees the symbol. It's like interesting choice of tattoo, and he just keeps on patting you down.
It looks like my mother.
He just ignores that comment and keeps patting you down. So eventually, after they take all of your weapons and your bags, so basically everything except for your actual clothing and armor, you are forced out of the cave onto the beach. And as soon as you come to the cave, Mira is kind of like looking around. She's struggling a little bit to look around. Where's my father? What have you done with him? And the heavily armored knight comes over to her and like shoves her forward. Keep moving, or you'll suffer the consequences just like him. What do you mean? What happened? What have you done with him? You're the daughter, aren't you? Well, your father refused to comply, and he suffered Ultima's wrath. Show me where he is! I need to speak with him now! Well, if you keep this up, you will join him at the bottom of the ocean. And she just screams out and, like, goes down to her knees in tears. And then he quickly just shoves her back to her feet. Keep moving, heretic. You're eventually brought out to the beach. Alana, you wanted to do something.
Is his face covered by his helmet?
Completely covered by
Okay, never mind. There's no way I can get his helmet off.
Right now your arms are behind your back, so if you
can I jump?
Situation.
Can I jump off of my legs jump under them? Like what am I trying to say? Yeah, just trying to get my arms out in front of me. Can I hop?
Oh, you want to kinda
Yeah.
wiggle out so they're in front of you? That would be an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Kristen, do I have to delete all my items now?
You don't have to delete them. They haven't been destroyed, but you just do not have access to them. Alana, as you're like trying to squiggle, your arms down under your legs so you can get around them. A guard notices you doing this, and he kind of just jerks you in the back, and he says, "Don't try any of that funny business. I'm watching. I want you to open your character sheet. You get -1 influence."
Nah.
So wait, she just gets to say no, and Raj gets hit on the head?
You're lucky you didn't get -1 influence too.
Never
Dubois.
mind. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, when he yells heretic at people, Dubois would scream out too, saying, "By what right do you judge these men? You will treat these people fairly. I am a knight of the Holy Order of Ursuline. You will give us Ultima's mercy, or you are the heretic."
And as one of the other guards who was actually patting you down, he walks over to the knight and he says, "Sir, he does have a holy symbol of Ultima. He does appear to be a paladin. What should we do?" The knight looks you over. "Bring him to the Inquisitor. We'll let her decide." As you're on the beach, you can actually see in the water, a bit farther out, because as you remember, there's a couple of rocks kind of jutting out. It's hard for ships to get this close. But you do see a massive warship. Huge, it's painted silver and white, very beautiful in design. There's like an angel sticking out of the front of the ship. These huge white sails, and on the sails is a symbol. It's basically like an angel with holding a shield, and on the shield has the symbol of Ultima. Everyone roll a history check except for I believe Blivette, because you already know.
Alright, history, my specialty.
Disadvantage.
Wow.
Wow, good job, team.
Hey, Seth! Save us!
Seth!
That +5 comes in handy, doesn't it?
Let us
And
know.
Rana, you don't have to roll either.
I had assumed.
But Sethanon and Blivette, you recognize this flag as the actual flag of Trestia, the Kingdom of Trestia. So you're all put onto little rowboats. You're all kind of split up amongst these 6 different rowboats, and Talrath doubling up with you, Rahaj.
Wait, we're in a rowboat?
Yeah.
How many soldiers are in the rowboat with me?
There's about 4 soldiers.
Never mind, I'm fine.
I assume they shove us towards the center because that's where Bliv's going.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
As well as Patrika and Brian are also on a rowboat. Mira is put with you, Jacket. You're all rowed across, and sorry, I might have missed someone. Seth, you were just rolling for your ability, right, Seth?
Yeah.
So Jacket, did you want to do something as they're rowing across?
How's Mira doing? And did we overhear the fact her father's at the bottom of the ocean?
You all heard him say that, yeah, and she's weeping, like she's in a very bad state. Eventually, you're you come up to the boat. You're all forced up the ladders onto the ship. As I said, this is a massive ship. Looks like it'd easily have a crew of 60 to 120 crewmen. Alana, what are you doing?
Can I get close to Jacket?
You're currently on another rowboat, so you'd have to wait until after you get onto the ship.
I'll wait till I get on the boat.
Yeah, so you
I'd
all
like
are.
to hold Mira's hand in these dark times.
You're all, yeah. You try and comfort her. Give me a persuasion check. This is actually give me a wisdom persuasion check. So roll wisdom plus because you're not really talking to her. So yeah.
How do
wisdom,
I do that?
So just roll wisdom, and if you're proficient with persuasion, then you can also add your.
No, I'm not. Okay, wisdom it is. Roll.
Red.
Right.
You're so wise.
Yeah, you just kind of put your arm on her shoulder, and she seems to have calmed down a bit. She seems less angry as well now, as a moment ago she seemed quite on the edge. But basically, you climb up onto the bow of the ship, and you see a number of different crewmen. They're all wearing different. They're essentially this uniform of the Trestian Guard. And you also see some priests and acolytes scattered amongst the crew members. As you come to the center of the ship, you do notice that there is a couple figures in particular that stand out to you. So one is another knight, although he does not have a visor on. He's looks to be about middle-aged. You hear the other men talking to him. Captain Alpha, we've retrieved the heretics. This seems to be all of them. One of them appears to be a paladin. Not sure what you want to do with him. He appears to be in his middle age. He's got full armor. He's this white cape. He's got short, dark hair, and his face has this very stern, disciplined look, like he's constantly focused. You see next to him is an older woman. She has curly white hair. She has long black and white and purple robes, which you recognize as the robes of a bishop. She even has the mitre and the mantle that bishops normally wear. She walks over. So, this is the famed, or at least infamous, party that traveled through the Shadowfell. Yeah, quite a diverse bunch, to say the least. Next to her, you see another, appears to be a man, although he's wearing a helmet with a visor that is covering his head. He has this big helmet on with it's got a spike on the top, the visor covering his face, wearing black and white robes, and he's just standing silently observing. And then next to him is another knight, this one looking more like a cleric, wearing plate mail, also a helmet. But you see she has very dark skin and black hair tied in a tight braid at the back. You said one was a paladin, Captain Alpha. And she walks over and hands this scroll to the captain. Ah, yes. Dubois, is it? And he walks up right next to you, Dubois.
That is me, yes.
Yes, let's see here. Wanted for high treason in the kingdom of Nantes, for betraying the royal family, selling secrets to the enemy, Ketland, and betraying your lord, Gasgard Chartain. Any of that sound familiar, Paladin?
No, I did no such thing. You must have had your information wrong.
Well, it seems one Gasgard Chartain has made some very serious accusations against you. Luckily for you, this is not the court of Nantes. Only Ultima will be the judge of your true character, and the Grandice. You are all hereby charged with heresy and opening a portal to an unknown realm, and therefore opening this realm to creatures of unknown entity and unknown origin. If you understood the gravity of this charge, then you do best to comply with whatever we tell you. The Grandice will decide your innocence, and Ultima will hopefully judge you justly. Do you have anything to say now in your defense?
We are
Yes.
in no danger if Ultima will judge us.
And technically
Sethna.
speaking, we didn't open the door. We just kind of
Ultima.
walked through it.
Ultima and the Grandees will hear your claims, and you will be judged in Trestia at the Temple of Ultima on Mount Celestia. Sethanon.
I look up at this point. I've been quiet all that long and basically yielded to all the manhandling. But since we're given the opportunity to say something, I'll say, seeing as we are already deemed heretics, I just want to note that if truly Ultima is here to judge us, well, that is a logical fallacy. If Ultima is omniscient, it would already know all there is and never will be. Judgment is irrelevant. It would not exist under omniscient beings, Purvey.
As you're saying this, the one with the helmet that had the spiked helmet that didn't talk, it turns to the captain. His logic does appear to be sound. The captain turns back to him. That's not your decision, navigator. Get to the helm. We set sail for Mount Celestia immediately. You guys are all essentially manhandled once again and ushered into the holds of the ship and taken down to the brig. Alana, did you want to do something first?
Before we went down to the ship, I'd like to bump down into the bottom of the ship. I wanted to bump into Jacket and whisper in her ear, just, Jacket, turn into a bird and fly away. Go, just go.
As you're saying that, you hear in the distance, wait, please. What about our agreement? And Captain, he sighs, oh yes, I almost forgot. Yes, bring the professor forward. And you see coming out from one of the rooms at the back, the familiar robed, in purple robes and spectacled, Professor Tieso emerges. He's being escorted by two other guards. He looks like he's been roughed up himself. And as he comes out, you agreed. We had an agreement. And Alpha, he nods. Yes, of course. Which one is it? You see Professor Tieso. He points. Him. That is him there. And you see him. He's pointing to Richam. Alpha, he nods to some guards who walk over to Richam and begin undoing his manacles. And Richam, he runs over to Tieso. They share a very long and very strong embrace for a moment. Tieso, he looks over to you guys. I'm truly sorry. I had no choice. They were going to... And he stops himself for a moment. Just understand, I had no choice.
You sold us over for Richam?
They knew about the research. They found me and they knew I was connected.
Hey. Sir, there is no offense here. Just know, you're on the list.
He looks at you with a bit of apprehension and fear. But eventually, he whispers some things to Richam. They hug a bit more. And without a few more... Richam, he's just got his head down. He's not looking at you guys. And they're ushered to the side where they are given a rowboat and they begin rowing back to shore. Right before you're heading back to... or you're being ushered towards the brig, Jacket, again, you notice Mira... she looks quite upset. She turns to you and she says, listen, I'm sorry for whatever part me and my father played in getting you into this. I just hope someday you'll forgive me. You happen to notice that one of her hands is actually slipped out of her manacles.
Whoa!
Oh.
Can I stop her? Whatever she's about to do.
Oh. Okay.
Do it.
I pat the hand that has the unmanacled wrist on it and I go, you're already forgiven. Now, go. You need to live your life as well as you can.
Oh,
Good day.
she's gonna-
Okay, I want you to. So, actually, never mind. Yeah, that's it. So she nods and yes, I've chosen my fate. And she quickly reaches out. She pushes away from the guard that was holding her. She pushes off and she raises her hand at Captain Elfair, and she casts Firebolt.
Oh,
Oh, geez. Oh my God!
So let's see.
Can I
here.
dive across her, like, just try to jump her, like...
Well, Raj, you noticed her doing this. What do you do?
I'm gonna make I'm gonna make the second Rahaj.
Oh, you're gonna do invoke duplicity? Do you need your hands? I guess it's not technically a spell, so no.
Yeah, so I'm gonna invoke duplicity and literally right. How far out into the sea are we? Are we like still just barely out?
You're like a quarter of a mile out.
All right. Oh God, I'm gonna invoke duplicity and then let me see. Do I have that spell selected for right now? If I don't have a good spell, he's just gonna take her and jump her and take her off the boat and swim her as far as he can without letting her drown.
Well, keep in mind your hands are like manacled behind your back, which means your clone's also gonna appear with hands manacled behind its back.
You know what? Never mind. I'll just keep this. I'll just let her do her thing.
She reaches out, like, this is a matter of seconds. She reaches out with her free hand. She points her hand at Alfair, and she casts Firebolt. A bolt shoots out from her hands. She rolls a 15. Let's see here.
Oh, hit. Come on, girl.
And it just bounces off his armor. He turns around. She's escaping! Get her! And immediately, several crossbow bolts, like, simultaneously let loose at Mira's direction. And they all just pierce her from several sides as she falls out with her arms still extended out. You bastard! And she falls to the ground, dead.
Mira.
No good berries? Okay, fine. Sure.
She is dead at this point. Like, she's like at least 12 crossbows are sticking out.
Rahaj is gonna try to run to her.
You run over, but the guard tries to like hold on to you and keep you from running, unless you want to make an athletics check.
Nah, I'll just
give
him a
stay
dirty
in your
look.
place.
You killed the little girl.
She was warned, and she's no little girl. She is an elf. Their age is deceptive.
Whatever helps you sleep. May Ultima let you rot.
They push you ahead into the brig. And you guys are essentially sorted out into a number of different cells in the middle of the ship. As you're walking by, you do notice in one of the cells is a very, very dark-skinned elf, as she does appear to be a drow, sitting in one of the cells. As you should all...
you know her?
So you should all basically see now as you're each put into your individual cells. And walked in there with none of your equipment aside from your armor. However, basically an hour passes at this point. So the guards, they lock the doors, they head back up. There's still a few guards you can hear walking around patrolling this part of the ship. But as basically an hour passes, Jacket, you do notice from the corner of the ship a little mouse kind of scurries out and runs over to your cell. With
Shadow!
Also behind.
Shadow.
Shadow, you made it! Buddy, I knew you could do it.
Can I cast Ritual Speak with Animals? It doesn't require anything material-wise, so...
If it's just, somatic and verbal, then yeah, you can cast it. Because your arcane foci and your material components, they've all been taken as well.
Yeah, I know that much. That's sad. Mm-hmm. But, yep, it doesn't require anything material, so just cast Ritual. Everyone else can do stuff while, I'm patting my pet and waiting to talk with it.
Okay. Well, yeah, another 10 minutes pass. And Casey, Rana, what do you want to do?
After hearing, I assume I heard all the commotion going on up top.
Yeah, you didn't hear what they were saying, but you heard like a bunch of people moving around, and you heard the shots and the cries of the battle.
Though she can't see anyone, Rana is going to just softly call out from herself. Well, seems that all of you put up quite a fuss getting drugged down here.
Yeah, and Jacket, you can actually hear her talking as she's right next to your cell on the right side there. And Mira is on your left side. Oh, no, she's not. She's dead.
Yeah, the dead body of
Wow.
Wow.
That would
I
be
meant,
terrifying.
who knows what would have happened?
Well, guys, the human pincushion's here.
So I just
yeah.
heard Rana talk and no one else?
Everyone can hear her, but as you're talking just at normal volume, a guard walks over and like just bangs on the cages and says, "Keep it down." And he keeps walking along.
You could say that, yes. I try to whisper across to the other cell.
Mm-hmm. But the rest of you guys did hear someone talking like that. Alana, you wanted to say something?
So, Can I just... I want to bang my feet up against the bars, just try to... I'm having a meltdown in my cell. Just
Okay.
screaming and trying to pull on the bars and trying to kick at them.
Make a athletics check.
She breaks out now. It's over. We win.
Oh no.
They do not budge, and as you're doing this, a guard comes over. He's got his crossbow. Shut up and comply. I'm sure the Grandees will be lenient as long as you comply. And
come closer and let me comply.
He backs away and he's back up. I said back up in the corner and don't move. Keep your back against the wall. If I see you away from that wall, there'll be trouble.
I back up.
I want you to give yourself -1 influence point.
Okay.
So yeah, 10 minutes pass. You can go ahead and you complete your ritual with dig.
Okay. Well, after seeing Mira after 10 minutes of casting a ritual, I think I'm gonna start crying again, just a bit, quietly. And just go, how did you know to get here, Dig? How did you only be here?
I hopped aboard the rowboats when I saw them put you on the rowboats. I had to stay close to Master. I brought Alfred. Alfred wanted to stay near his master. And you can see Alfred also comes around. Alfred's in your cell now. He's just kind of also looking scared, not sure what to do.
Alfred, Alana needs you. Go calm her down a bit. Do what you.
Okay.
She's a few foot down.
Okay. And he scurries off around the corner.
Oh gosh!
To
I just break out into like sobbing, and I'm like, I didn't mean what I said earlier. I really needed you. I just cut him with him, just put him up to my face.
I hear this and just sort of, laugh a bit through the tears, like, oh god.
Rahaj, you can also hear Alana. You heard her knocking around. Rahaj and Sethanon. Basically, this is where Alana's cell is. So.
Oh wow, she's right next to me.
So she's on the other side of the wall.
Oh,
there.
the other side. Okay.
So Rahaj.
So we're in the center of the boat. So there's no windows to where we are.
No windows from where you can see.
Can we feel out? Are we at the very bottom of the boat, or is surrounding us water?
The floor seems hollow, but you can give me a perception check.
Okay. Also, if I could look around for the symbol, that'd be cool.
Oh yeah, I'll consider all of that.
All right, cool.
Okay, yeah, and Dubois, basically the only people who can hear you, Dubois, is Blivette. Basically just Blivette, because she's right next to you. So yeah, no, you don't, you can't really tell where in the ship you were. From what you saw, the ship was huge, so it's possible you're somewhere in the middle, but it's not easy to tell.
Is that on my screen? I see the big guard dude. Is that the big guard dude that took us in?
You're not quite sure, as a lot of them just seem to have this generic helmet and armor uniform.
Sir, may I have a word?
You can talk when the Inquisitor desires it. And he just ignores you and keeps patrolling.
Oh.
So as you guys are basically trapped in your cells, we're gonna do a little fast forward here.
Oh my god.
But
Is
of
it more
course
than
you can-
2 days?
You can interject at any point. So a day passes. Now, so yeah, essentially it would be the next day, which on our calendar would be the 1st of Virgon. It's now the 1st, and which I believe is also a full moon, for those who are curious. So essentially a day passes, and as these days are passing while you're at sea, if you want to do anything in your cell, there's not much you can do. This would be considered downtime, however, you're limited in terms of what actual activities you can perform. But if you do want to train or practice or recite spells, that sort of thing, you can basically train once a day. If you go for 8 hours straight, you could train for 5 experience points a day. However, because you're currently in prison, I would say it's like at half effectiveness. So 5 experience for every 2 days you can add to your character. Blivette.
Are we still manacled in the cells?
Oh, no. They undid your manacles, so your hands are free.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
sorry.
changes everything.
Yeah. They also toss you like this biscuit as you're in
Oh,
the cells
joy.
there.
A biscuit.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So you don't starve.
I'm trying not to take too many carbs. Do you have anything different? Just being an asshole.
He just ignores you and keeps walking along. Blivette.
Thanks, sir.
Or sorry, that was your question. Rana.
So about the training thing, that's basically like if we decided to kill some time by doing some training stuff, it would essentially be like we have 2 experience points.
I would say yeah. If you wait 2 days, then I'll give you the full 5 experience points for every 2 days. Normally, it would be 5 experience points per day, but because you're not in the ideal training location, I guess, then you wouldn't really get that same benefit.
Okay.
Jacket and Dig become best friends.
No, that was an accident. I'm trying to prepare some spells differently. I've switched out Fairy Fire for Purify Food and Drink.
I see. Yeah, and you can also prepare new spells. Just keep in mind you don't have your spell books.
Sweet.
You don't have your components or your arcane focus.
I have my focus.
Except for Raj.
Gotta carry in your chest, guys.
So, sorry, Blivette, or sorry, Raj, you wanted to do something.
With the whole, like, I don't know how to phrase it. With the, oh, I didn't mean to roll this. I'm sorry, guys. With the training and stuff, I'm guessing part of that for Rahaj is praying to Sirik and kind of asking for guidance and things. Is that, like, a thing he can be doing and maybe however he can get to him?
That could like be considered part of the training you're doing, essentially.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then Raj is continually praying about how he wants to, talk to him so he can help him out and stuff. But that's about all he does and trains.
Okay, cool. You do feel like your abilities are honing a little bit as you're praying and like focusing your mind.
Cool.
Other than that, you don't receive anything divine.
Don't worry, boo.
So yeah, a day passes. So it's basically the 1st of Virgon. It's about midday, as eventually, let me just something. Oh, and also yeah, Patrika, you notice isn't with you guys. Brian was put in the cell next to you, Rahaj, but Patrika was taken somewhere else with her baby.
Aww.
So as you're waiting there, that the very dark-skinned woman with the braid walks over. She introduces herself to Dubois as she comes over to you in front of your cell and says, "Monsieur Dubois de la Tramoille, is it?"
Yes, that's right.
"My name is Yvonne. I am the Inquisitor. I have some questions for you, if you do not mind."
You may ask them.
"I wish to know, why did you and your party enter the Shadowfell?"
It was all part of a rescue mission. An, an expedition went previously and got trapped in there, so we were sent to rescue them.
You were hired, I see. And what is your relationship to the other prisoners?
Well, we've been through a lot together, so
You did not know any of them previously to this mission.
no, but we've been through a lot, so I trust them. They're honest folk.
What exactly did you find on the other side of this Shadowfell? Anything of importance?
Well, it was a world very similar to our own, actually, quite recognizable. Pretty much the same, only darker and tainted.
While you were in this alternate plane, did any of your party members come into contact with an extraplanar entity, such as a demon or devil?
No, we only met walking corpses. That was the worst we've came across. But we've made quick work of them.
Okay, she continues asking you questions, just asking you like the general, step by step of what everything happened. Do you tell her honestly everything that happened as it happened?
Well, are there any tricky questions? Because
They're mostly straightforward. Like, okay, what happened when you got here, and then so you went to this barn house. Then what happened after that, and then when you came to the town, who did you meet?
Oh yeah,
What survivors did you encounter?
Can I overhear this?
You can
I
hear
hear
them
you.
talking. Yeah.
And I lean up against the bars and I say, Picard, don't tell that bitch anything.
It's Dubois. It's Dubois.
Who is Picard?
She as she hears this, she looks back to you. You are not keeping anything from me, are you?
Is she talking to me?
She's talking to you, Dubois. Yeah.
No, I don't believe I am.
Okay. So yeah, you tell her everything to the best of your knowledge of what happened over the course of like an hour. Okay. Make a persuasion roll.
Oh, pretty good.
Not bad. Uno momentos.
That means one moment, everybody.
Thank you.
Actually, it means one moment.
That's true. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, though. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So she moves next to Blivette's cell, and Blivette, she asks you essentially the same thing. How did you come to meet these people? What's essentially what happened over the course of the adventure? Is there anything that you want to keep a secret from her, or are you just going to tell her everything that you know?
I purposely don't mention Tetra and her gun, and I do not mention what happened at the Black Cathedral whenever I praised old Anima.
Make a make a deception check.
-1. -1. -1. Ah, darn.
Oh,
It's not a negative for a change.
I believe in you, Blivette.
Oh, also, Dubois, you can add an influence point to your character.
I don't speak to her at all. I refuse to answer. I'm being as stubborn as possible.
How do you know she even wanted to talk to you? Boom.
He said anybody.
She's not gonna talk to me.
All right. So yeah, she just listens and nods to the whole story. Let's see here, and then she goes back. She like takes some notes and she walks back.
Doesn't ask
Another
anyone
day.
else?
Nope, she doesn't talk to anyone else. Another
Oh,
day
okay.
passes. And that was also like she spent like a good like couple hours talking to both of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting the full story, and you guys could overhear them talking.
How thick is the wall between myself and Alana?
Oh no.
It's like a couple inches, I'd say.
Oh, all right, I'm not getting through that. I want to take the sharp part of my nails and just carve in a little symbol of Cyric on the wall, someplace shadowy and dark, so people couldn't see it if they just walked by it.
All right, yeah, cool.
Cool.
Go ahead and make a. Just give me.
Animal handling.
What do you think that? I'll let you decide. What kind of check would you think that would be of hiding it?
Of hiding
Survival?
it, probably.
Normally hiding stuff is survival, but you're not really in the wilderness, which is why I'm not sure. So
I would love it to not
I'm
be
gonna say-
sleight of hand.
I'll say deception because you're like trying to let the guards know that you're not actually doing anything suspicious.
Oh, I'm pretty cool with that. I'm pretty good with that.
So you can go ahead and make a
Oh, wait.
deception.
Did I do it with disadvantage? No, I didn't do it with disadvantage. Okay, good.
No.
You finally lost all your levels of exhaustion? That's great.
Yeah, guys, I'm so well rested.
Hooray.
Yeah, the guards do not notice anything.
Cool.
All right. So a day passes. It's now the second. Oh, sorry. You wanted to do something, Rana and Jacket. Let's see.
Yeah, I wanted
Sure,
to send Dig out to explore the ship carefully, that is, make sure that no cats get him. Just very carefully go out and see what's on the ship, what it looks like, and report anything strange.
Okay. Yeah, he lets you know that basically this is a huge ship. He'll get back to you tomorrow. That cool?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, he scurries off. Rana, you wanted to do something too.
Yeah. On the night of the full moon, I wanted to cast dancing lights around myself just to give myself a little bit of visibility and to sit in meditation and prayer to Luna. And if anyone has a problem with that, I will tell them exactly what I'm doing.
Now, dancing lights doesn't require a material component, does it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, just
Oh,
double
wait.
check that.
A bit of phosphorus or glowworm.
Yeah, no, all
Okay.
your stuff was taken, so you can still pray though.
Okay, I will just sit there and pray then.
Okay. So yeah, another day passes. It's now the 2nd of Virgon. You're still at sea. They're still bringing you biscuits, these biscuit-type bread things to eat. And the Inquisitor comes along to Rahaj's cell and begins talking to you, Rahaj. And she says, it is Rahaj, isn't it?
Rahaj Mahal, at your service.
I wish to ask you a few questions. And
Go ahead.
again, similar stuff, just like, how do you know these people? Why did you go to the Shadowfell? Were you after anything? So if you want to leave anything out, if you basically want to hide anything from the full story, just let me know what it is you want to keep a secret from her.
Well, like, I can mention the skull building, but not say it's Cyric. Just, like, not say it, not lie, just not say it, if that comes in conversation.
You mean
And
when
then
you were
I want-
building the shrine to the...
No, I mean, like, when we went to the house with the skull door.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Oh,
you just tell
also,
her you found
about
it.
building the shrine, maybe leave that part out a little bit. If she doesn't directly ask, it's not lying. And then I want to make sure to drive home the point that the people that we saved worship Ultima.
Okay, cool. So yeah, give me a deception check.
I don't like that. Will she let me ask her questions?
You can try.
I'll roll my check first. Not horrible. Not horrible.
And she just nods at you.
Now, you seem to be a cleric, no?
I am a servant of Ultima, yes.
I am curious. Rahaj has spoken to many clerics, and none really gave him the information he thought he needed. Though Ultima does perplex him. Is there something you can tell me of her? Maybe I can start my worship now.
That is not my role. That is not what Ultima wishes for me. To spread her teachings. That is better left for others in the church.
So what is your role?
My role is to seek knowledge, to find evil that threatens all of the world, not just followers of Ultima, but all of her children, and to do the best to protect this world and her children.
Is Rahaj one of these children?
Ivan, you must understand that ever since the Ekruvian absolution, opening portals or even traveling to other planes, it is quite dangerous. We are afraid of another uprising of devils, just like we had so many years ago. Dubois.
I speak up when Rahaj mentions conversion, and I say, "My lady, if we would be in the same cell and you would give me a scripture, I could do that for you. I could teach him the ways of Our Lady."
The guard next to her is like, Captain Alfair said not to let them talk. Dubois, make a persuasion check.
Dubois.
Does anyone have inspiration they can give him?
I can give him a secret with my divination ability.
So yes, Ed has a special ability. You want to tell him about that?
Yeah, so I don't know how to describe this, because it wouldn't really be visible to anyone else, but I'll just think of a possible scenario where Dubois' words are more effective. So you can replace your 1 with a 16, so it should be a 20 in total you roll.
Whoa! That's so good!
Wait, so he doesn't add, it would be 16
I
plus
replace
4.
the roll, so yeah,
Yeah.
like whatever bonuses or negatives, they still apply.
Yeah, so it would be 20. So you could spend one of your things on him if you want.
Yep, I'll do that. I'll take
Alright,
it off.
so the Inquisitor considers this for a moment. I think it is for the greater good. I will allow them to speak as long as it is scripture. You can read to him. I will provide you some of the scriptures, and you can read him out loud from the cell. And so yeah, basically, she just tells you, yeah, you can still teach him, but you're gonna stay put where you are.
Right, we all have to suffer.
Yep.
Thanks.
So next, she walks over to Brian, asks him the same general stuff. He tells him what he knows, which is limited since he wasn't with you for the whole journey. He says how he was from that other plane, basically, him and another survivor. Tells him how, like, Jastin was killed by the demon, yada, 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 and so on and so forth. And then she leaves, she spends a couple hours doing that. As that's happening, Dig returns. Oh, sorry, no, it's the next day. Dig returns the next day. It's the third. And you spend another day. Dig does return the next day.
Okay, speak with animals ritual. What you find, buddy?
The lady, the mother human, she and her baby are in a bedroom up above. Many soldiers, many weapons. We're heading much ocean all around us, much water. I see no land. I find nothing, just more soldiers, more swords, more steel.
They're keeping Patricia. Oh dear. Oh. Did you smell anything weird in Patricia's cell? Anything?
Roll a perception check for him.
Okay, Dick, come on, you with advantage.
Yeah, you guys get quite used to the rocking of the boat.
Some people do. Some people are used to being underground.
Nothing strange. Baby healthy. Mother healthy. They take care of her.
Aw, yay.
Other woman asks her questions. Nothing else.
The one with the dark hair, or
Yes. They say Inquisitor around her.
Inquisitor. What does that mean, even? Oh, Dig, what a mess we found ourselves in.
And so he scurries around. He takes a few of the crumbs of that biscuit that were spilled on the ground. So this day, now the 3rd of Virgon.
Is Rahaj in Picard? Am I in his cell that day?
Are you in a cell? Sorry. Basically, Dubois is Blivette is right next to you here.
Yeah.
And Dubois is further down, the one over from right next to her.
So was I allowed to be in his cell with him?
No, they said that she could. Basically, they brought him some the actual book, the ultimatum. They slid it through the cell there. He can read to you out loud, but you can't actually be in the same cell.
All right. Well, darn, there goes that point.
Yeah.
Rahaj
So then,
is slowly knocking his head against the wall as he hears the service.
But yeah, Rahaj. After let's say a painful reading, Dubois tells you, and if you have questions, and he makes an emphasis on questions, nudge. Remember to always speak the words of the one.
What does that mean?
Paraphrase you.
Well, Raj does have a question for you. You are obviously very well. And Raj is speaking deliberately so loud so everyone can hear. You are in communication with Ultima. You understand Ultima. What is her plan for the situation we're in? What do you, as her tongue, suggest we do?
Well, Ultima does not speak to me directly.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dubois.
Okay, and as that's happening, the Inquisitor comes along to your cell, Jacket. Again, same questions that you heard before. Is there anything you want to keep a secret from her?
Nothing. In fact, I'd like to tell her that whatever happened in that land happened recently after my discovery with the trees being 12 years dead.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Good luck.
Nice!
I think she passed.
You seem like a good soul. It is good of you that you risked yourself to help these others. I want you to give yourself a +1 to your influence.
Eat crap, everyone else with -1. I'm 2 above.
She walks over to Rana, and she says to Rana, I have some questions for you as well. We have met before. I had my helmet on before, but so you may not recognize me. But I am the Inquisitor. We met there in the cathedral in La Rusca. What do you have? What is your name?
My name is Rana.
And now I saw you in a very compromising position. You confessed to killing the bishop, yes?
Yes.
Tell me, why did you kill him?
Well, I had received some information from a priest of your faith who came to my temple seeking the passing. As he begged for this blessing, he confessed to me some things. It was brought to my attention that the bishop was taking some not so pleasant means to clean up.
Yes, I had also been investigating this bishop as well. But go on, tell me exactly what you found out about him.
I found that he was ordering some of the priests beneath him to bring some of the children into cages, to sell some of them off as well into slavery. It was... I will spare some of the gory details of what he had told me, but know that nothing good happened to those children. After hearing of this, I thought it wise to visit this bishop myself.
Well, the investigation was not complete when you decided to kill the bishop.
Oh, it was not my decision, I'm afraid.
Not you were acting from orders from someone else.
Yes, it was the lady herself.
Ah, you mean the deity you worship?
Yes, the Moon Maiden.
Well, I had my suspicions of this bishop myself. Unfortunately, killing a bishop is a very serious offense, and only the grandees of Ultima can decide your fate. But I will present the evidence as I know it before him. Until then, I ask that you please comply with our instructions.
Of course, and can I ask, since you seem such an honest person yourself, can you be sure that the trial I will receive for taking care of this will be a fair one? I know that not many of your order and faith seem to think well of us heretics.
We have many opinions. As you have seen, not all who wear the banner of Ultima think the same way. However, you are all Ultima's children, as am I. And she will judge your soul justly, I am sure. But I will present the evidence as I see it, and do my best to inform the grandees of your situation. However, you did interfere with our affairs, even though it may have been for a good cause. The decision is out of my hands, unfortunately.
I understand.
That is all I can promise. You can add +1 to your influence as she walks off.
Did I ever hear that?
Yeah, you all heard that, essentially. She was talking normal volume.
She sounds like a badass.
So another day passes. So it's now the 4th of Virgon. As she eventually
How many days total have passed?
It's basically 4 days. Luckily, you left on the 30th, so it's
Got
easy.
that 10 XP.
And yeah, and Sethanon, you get to do that every day, which is awesome. So yeah, you can go ahead.
That's
Nice.
so cool.
Which is good because she walks over to Alana actually next.
Uh-oh.
She walks up to you
Oh, no.
and asks you for some details, basically the same questions. She says, "It is Alana, yes.
I stare at her.
I have some questions about your adventure into the Shadowfell." And again, asks you the same questions as everyone else, like, how
I
did you
don't-
find out about the Shadowfell?
I don't answer any of them.
She continues to ask questions, like, what did you do once you got through there? What were your reasons for going to the Shadowfell? Did you come into contact with any demons or devils? You stay quiet?
The only thing I say is the only demon I see is in front of me.
Very well.
And then
you get
I
minus...
I jump up and I reach for her through the bars.
Oh my god.
I try to grab her and slam her up against the bars. Is she close enough?
Yeah, no, she's close enough. She doesn't resist.
I slam her again, like towards me, like against the bars.
Go ahead and just that would be an unarmed strike. So just roll a strength check.
Oh my god. Please add 3 influence. Oh
Yeah,
my
you
God.
like stare against her, like her lip bleeds a little as she bangs against the cell door. Other than that, she does not seem to be that phased.
I say, why don't you open these doors and we can go one-on-one, just you and me.
Your fate is not to be determined by me. It is to be determined by the Grandisse and Ultima herself. I would suggest you comply.
I let go of her.
Oh yeah, you get -2 influence.
Oh my god. Does she walk by me ever again after that incident?
Well, first of all, it's -2 total. So I said -1 before, and then another -2.
Oh,
So -2
I
total.
thought I had -4 like total. Okay.
Well, yeah. So like from the beginning of this conversation to now, you have now gotten -2.
Okay.
But yeah, Rahaj, you would have seen her walk by you.
With the bloody lip and stuff?
Oh, not yet. No, she hasn't
Okay,
walked by you
cool.
yet.
Never mind.
She walks next door to Sethanon.
Let me know if she walks by me.
Again, she does not seem that phased as she looks to you, Sethanon. I wish to ask you some questions. And same thing, same questions you heard her ask Alana. Do you keep anything secret?
No, I'll answer all of her questions as objectively and factually and with data and dryness as I can. And when she finishes, I'll say, so you're seeking to aggregate data?
Well, I am to bring this information before the Grandisse so that he may judge your situation. Also, nice. Do you tell her about Tetra, about you guys meeting Tetra, and about the weapon she used?
I will only tell her whatever she asks of me. So unless it's anything, like any question that directly refers to Tetra, I'll basically answer truthfully, but I'm not going to give her extra information.
Well, she's going like step by step. She's spending like a good hour or two going step by step of everything that's happened. She's also like she's referring to things that other people have told her. So like Brian mentioned how like Tetra rescued us. So she does bring up Tetra, and
well, I will mention Tetra, but like I said, I will not offer up any information.
About
I will
the weapon
confirm.
she used?
Yeah, like I'll confirm. But I'm not going to elaborate if it's not pertinent to any question she has.
Okay, you need to make a deception check.
Come
Well,
on, show that charm.
I roll a 16.
Oh yeah, you can just choose to roll.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
So 17 total.
She nods. Yeah, she nods. And then she walks off. And so yeah, Rahaj, you do see her as she comes around the corner.
Oh, I'm gonna say it quietly so Miss Angry Bow Girl doesn't hear it. I'm gonna go. I see you struck out with her more than Rahaj usually does. Your lip, Rahaj can fix that if you trust him to.
It is fine, but I appreciate your concern. As she puts a hand to her lip, and then as she takes it away, it's fine. Also,
Rahaj
you
can
get
do that too.
you get +1 influence, Rahaj.
Yeah,
as she
I
walks
do.
away. So another day passes. However, in the middle of the night, basically, like early morning, late at night, Seth, yeah,
tiny.
you can roll your stuff. You can also prepare whatever you want to prepare. Sethanon, as you've noticed that Talrath has been very silent of late.
Is he dead?
He must be dead.
However, in the middle of the night, you're kind of woken up by you hear him talking, not very loudly, just quietly whispering, almost like he's talking in his sleep. He says, "What are you?" Then, like a long period of silence. All right then, let's do it. Then another long period of silence, and then suddenly you hear Talrath shaking and convulsing, like he's having a seizure on the ground. Everyone hears this now. He's just like shaking, writhing, banging up against his, the sides of the walls and the bars.
I'm trying to sleep.
I'll say, guards, there's a medical emergency.
Guard, this guard over here, he walks by very slowly. Right, because I've never heard of this one before. And he walks over to Talrath. Hey, you! Give it up. Nobody's buying it. He kind of walks beyond your vision, Sethanon, as he leans closer to the cell doors. Hey, I said knock it off. Trying to catch some Z's around here. Then silence. Some more silence. You kind of you peer up right against the bars, and you can kind of see the guard. He's just standing in front of the cell door, not moving. His eyes seem to have rolled back into his skull, and they're just white, glazed over. He reaches into his pocket and takes out a key, and he unlocks the cell door. Talrath comes out of the cell next to him. Talrath also seems to have this aura of shadow around him, and you recognize those shadowy tentacles that you saw coming out of Professor Zarius when you were battling him. They seem to be coming out of his form in different parts and whipping around him as the guard leads him around the corner and off away from your vision.
I'll say, Talrath, what did you do?
He looks back to you as you're kind of just sticking your head over the bars. Looks back to you and he says, "Sorry, mate. Gotta do this on my own. You're better off where you are. Trust me." And he just keeps walking, and he walks off. You do notice on the ground where he left, basically his footsteps have left these footsteps of blood where he's walking, even though he did not seem to be injured at all. What next transpires over the next 15 minutes or so is you just hear the clash of swords, steel. There's also some cries of pain and terror. Several other guards come rushing past your cells, over through. Another guard checks out the cell beside you, Sethanon. "One of them's escaped!" And they run up to the commotion. You can hear above you guys more fighting. This really demonic sound booming through the top of the boat, of the ceiling of where you guys are. More fighting, more screams, and then just silence. And then more silence. The day
Not quite the
continues
medical
on.
emergency I was expecting.
The day continues on. Eventually, you see some more guards rush past. Many of them appear to be injured, and others are hobbling along on each other's arms as they rush past. Nobody says anything.
Do any of them rush past Rahaj?
Yeah, you do see two of them. One of them, he's got his friend, he's limping as his leg is completely bloody.
Rahaj is a cleric. He can help you.
Don't trust him. It was one of them that did this. And then they just keep rushing past.
God, I didn't even want to help you.
So then another day passes. And then another day passes.
Hey,
and
another
then
5 XP.
another day passes.
Are
total-
we being fed?
You're being fed during this time, yeah.
Hooray.
You're generally taken care of. So several days pass as you are a total of 10 days from when you left the side of Damsonville.
Including the 4 you okay, including the 4.
Yeah, so it's a total of 10. It's now the 10th of Virgon. As you are now escorted, a huge contingent of guards comes to each of your cells, one at a time, taking you out in manacles and escorting you up to the top of the ship. It is there that you rejoin Patrika, including you, Rena. You're all brought up to the hull of the ship, and you now see ahead of you. You can actually see the coast. The temperature has gotten much chillier. It's now about 15 degrees Celsius, which is 50 Fahrenheit. So it's colder than it was when you left the Freelands. And yeah, you can see this port town off in the distance. Not very far, about a quarter of a mile away from you guys. There's other ships bearing the same flag of Trestia in the harbor. And you were all ushered from the ship onto rowboats and then down towards the harbor. Dig and Alfred, of course, scurry and hide into your various, under your clothing. You do also see they begin loading another ship with cargo. And amongst that cargo is the various inventory that you had on you when you first left. So that you all get ferried across to the port. As well, in another ship, you do notice the Inquisitor, the Navigator, Captain Alfair, as well as the Bishop that you saw earlier. They also come along in a boat. There in this town, you can see the people in this town, they're dressed very plainly. I mean, like, most commoners are dressed plainly, because, they're commoners, but this place in particular, they're very plain. This town is filled with very little color. There's not many very large buildings. They're very tiny houses, tiny shops. The largest building is, of course, the Church of Ultima. You see no other churches or no other races. I mean, this is mostly humans, as from what you can see. You don't see anything else.
So no brothel?
You definitely don't see a brothel, as far as you can tell. But yeah, you guys are definitely the most exotic thing to come through this town. But yeah, you continue on through towards, out through this town. You're essentially led with a number of guards at your side to a caravan, and you're walking along in the middle of this caravan, several guards, at least 30 guards, including other priests, the bishop, and the leaders of this contingent. And you continue through the countryside beyond this town for a good 8 hours. You spend the majority of the day walking through the forests, up the roads. The ground begins getting much steeper as you continue on, and you begin to push past 8 hours as you start becoming a bit tired as you're going a pretty far distance in a short amount of time. I want everyone to roll Constitution saving throws.
Oh my god, if you give me exhaustion.
We'll see. As this is considered a forced march, as you're kind of forcing your way through. Yes.
Ow.
Do I recognize this area? I've traveled around Thunderlake for a while. Do I have any nature checks for this area, or history, or anything?
It's possible. You could give me a history check with advantage.
Oh, cool, advantage. Whee! Where am I? 14, not bad.
14. So you definitely recognize the culture of this place as Trestia, but you're not familiar with this specific town.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can recall. Yeah. That's basically all you can glean. So let's see here. So with your forced march, let me take a look here. Let's see. So Jacket and Dubois, you both suffer a point of exhaustion. Oh, sorry, and also Rahaj.
Yo, Seth, hook me up. Hook me up with one of those rolls, dude.
So Sethanon and Rahaj suffer a point of exhaustion. Sethanon, if you didn't for today, you can roll your special thing.
Yo, hit me up.
So that's probably
Alright.
probably not going to help in this situation. So no, Rahaj, Sethanon, and Jacket. Am I missing anyone? And Dubois. You all suffer a point of exhaustion as you come up this hill. As you basically press on for 3 hours beyond your maximum capacity there. You push on again another 3 hours. I want everyone to make another Constitution saving throw.
What if I die?
Possible.
Do we have?
But first, you'll pass out before you die.
Do we have disadvantage because of the exhaustion?
Those of you who failed
Not on
before do
saves.
have a disadvantage.
Not only on skill checks, right? Not on saves.
Not on saves. That's right. You don't have disadvantage this year.
Oh, okay.
God,
I'll take the first number, whatever the first number was. So let's see here. Sethanon, Jacket, Rana, Blivette, Dubois, and Rahaj. Oh, sorry, not Dubois, but Rahaj. You all suffer another point of exhaustion.
Fun.
My first ever point of exhaustion.
You continue on into the night. It's now about 6 p.m. at this point. The
They're
sun's
feeding us,
beginning to
right?
set. They fed you up to this day, but you're basically you begin scaling a mountain, essentially, and you can see up in this mountain there's a huge temple built on the side of this mountain with another smaller keep built to the side. Make one more Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, good. My speed's already halved. May as well keep it up, am I right?
Yeah, the guards are behind you, Rahaj, shoving you, keep up.
You're shut up. Oh, good.
Wow. So everyone suffers a point of exhaustion as they force you in these chains, and you're all chained together, being pulled along behind this caravan, all the way up the side of this mountain.
Where's the exhaustion button?
You just have to.
It's just a comment.
It's usually you use your token, but I guess I don't have your tokens on the board
Okay.
here.
I have 3.
Nothing new for you.
Yeah.
God, I hate this.
But yeah, you all make it up to the side of this mountain. You walk through a guardhouse, and there you see the major caravan that was kind of trailing ahead of you. It parks itself in this little keep where there's several guards, hundreds of guards stationed. They start going through all the equipment that you guys had while you guys are pushed ahead further up the side of this mountain, as you can kind of see it now.
I tell one of the guards, I tell him, I hope you had fun reading through my equipment, because I'm going to cut your throat getting it back.
Lana, please.
Quiet. You get -1 influence point, Elena.
She is
and
quite
you
a
guys,
charmer.
you're pushed all the way up to this main temple, and there you walk through several different locations until it's huge, until you come to a sort of a central garden, which is in the center of this temple. So there's light. The setting sun gleams above you. Although at this point it would have set. It's currently nighttime, but I'd say about 9 p.m. And standing before you are several other guards. Captain Alfair stands in front of you. Here, follow us. Take them to their quarters. While you are here, under the gaze of Ultima, you are to obey and not cause any trouble. Until your trial is complete and the Grandice has determined your innocence or guilt, you are to remain within the temple. Any attempts to escape will be futile. I suggest you are free to roam the temple, but you will not have access to your equipment. And you must return to your quarters by 5 p.m. each day, so that you may be summoned for your trial. Basically, he shows you to your main quarters. You all have these different rooms. They're very small, very modest, just like a bed and a window. overlooking the steep drop at the side of this mountain. And basically, you're all put into your rooms, and so they lock the door after you go into the rooms, and so you're basically told to rest there until the next day. Yes. Yes. As you guys are exhausted, some of you more than others, after that huge trek, you go face plant into your beds. You do get a long rest, so that's -1 exhaustion point.
Woo, level 2.
I will put your tokens on the board just so you can at least see where you guys are at. Let's see here. But yeah, you guys complete a full rest. Waking up about 6 a.m. So at this point, it would now be, it was the 10th, so it's the 11th of Virgon in the morning at 6 a.m.
Are we all in the same room, or are we all in separate
You're
rooms?
all in your own rooms. They're next to each other, but you're all... Oops. He's not there yet. You're all in separate rooms. Dig is with you, yeah. Dig and Alpha is here.
I'm gonna try the door.
The door is now... You can actually hear someone unlocking at the front. So each of you, as your door is unlocked, a different person stands in front of the door. So let me just get all your tokens on the board.
Housekeeping?
Yeah. Not quite. So you are each given a minder who is essentially tasked with following you around as you explore the temple. As they said to you, you're free to explore until you're brought to the conclave to stand trial at 5 p.m. So you're free to explore the temple until then, but you must report to your quarters by 5 p.m. or it will not look good on your standing. So let's see here. You, starting with Rahaj, since you're eager to get out of there. Oh, sorry, Elena, did you have a question?
I was about to ask if there were any other air quote prisoners, you know, in our hallway, or is it just us?
It's hard to tell because there are other priests in the rooms. You're not sure who's a prisoner and who's just there wearing robes. The other thing is, you guys, when you came into the temple, I forgot to mention, when they brought you into your rooms, they threw some common robes. They're basically the entry-level acolyte robes of an ultimate priest. And you were instructed to disrobe in your quarters and put on the new robes.
I refuse to change my clothes.
Do we at least get a bath first?
Oh no, not a
What?
bath.
We'll see. But yeah, you're ordered to. They just throw the robes. They tell you that by tomorrow you have to, when you leave your room, you have to have the robes on. But we'll start with Rahaj. So Rahaj, let's see here. Okay, Rahaj, as you open the door, you see a very large man. You know, very like round-bellied. He's got this big mustache, big smile on his face. Big, he's very large and very inviting. He's also got the acolyte robes and says to you, "Well, good morning to you."
Well, a good morning to you. Rahaj Mahal, at your service.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you. I am Bazzini.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Bazzini.
I am tasked with being your minder while you are here in the temple.
Oh, cool. What are things that Rahaj is allowed to do?
Well, you may visit many of the different places here in the temple. Of course, the conclave and the dungeons, they are off limits, but you can visit the rookery if you wish to send a message. You can, of course, come to your quarters at any time, and he basically is listing off these places. You can go to the Grand Hall if you wish to worship, the antechamber, the shrines, the library, the gardens. There's many sights to see here in the Temple of Ultima. Did you know that this mountain is where the ultimatum was first discovered?
That is amazing. Rahaj thinks we will be great friends.
I agree. Come, let's talk. Let's have a drink.
Make a bluff check.
A question, sir.
Oh, of course.
Rahaj, as you can probably tell, is fairly foreign to this place. We were told that we would have trials. Is there any clarification you can give?
Well, you would be brought before the conclave, and they will see the evidence in your favor. I will, of course, accompany you to this trial, and then the Grandees will determine your innocence.
Well, if it is between Rahaj and Ultima, I'm sure it will go well.
Oh, you seem like a fine fellow. I'm sure we will get along just fine.
Right back at you, friend. And then Rahaj is gonna look around for Sethanon.
Sethanon, then, as you exit your... Oh, also, I forgot to ask, Rahaj, are you wearing the robes that they gave you? The Acolyte robes.
Yeah, why not? I'm relaxing today.
Okay, yeah. So you put on the robes, and Barzini takes your old jacket and leather armor, basically, and hands it to another guard, who takes it off somewhere.
Goodbye, armor.
And then, so Sethanon, you open the door, and in front of you, you see this kind of like mid-30s aged man. He's got short, dark hair, bit of stubble on his face. He's also wearing the Acolyte robes, and he says, "You ready to go?"
Indeed.
All right, well, free to roam the temple wherever you want, so...
Do you have a library?
Lead on. It's mostly just the ultimatum and other ultimate works, but yeah, you can check it out. Follow me. But as you leave, you also see Rahaj is leaving. Oh, do you put the robes on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so he takes your other robes.
Raj waves very largely. Oh, that is my friend over there.
Barzini waves at him. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you.
Barzini is so nice, Sethanon. Where are you going?
To the library. Would you care to join me?
Barzini, can we go to the library?
Oh, yes, of course. Please, we can all go together.
Let's get drinks first.
I love meeting new friends. Yes. So.
I lucked out, guys.
Sethanon, you overhear Barzini. He mentions, so your minder is named Dimitri.
Dimitri? Okay.
Yes.
Are these all men?
We'll see. Who's next? Who wants to leave their room next?
I will go, yeah.
Are you putting on the ropes?
No. Oh, no.
Okay. So you open the door in your regular clothes, and you see this very young, very early 20s. He's got like a scroll. He's like fumbling to read the notes. Oh, yes. Alana. Yeah, it's Alana, right?
I just stare at him.
Oh, yes. You're supposed to put on the robes. They told me. I'm not supposed to let you go until you actually put on the robes.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah,
I start taking off. I don't even close the door. I start taking off.
He like
my armor, really
red,
sultrily,
completely red, and he. Sorry. I'll wait out here, and he turns around the corner.
I ask him, "Are you sure you don't want to stay?"
No, it's fine. You can have your privacy. Sorry. And you can see him doing like the Ultima symbol over his chest.
I just go ahead and put on the robes.
Okay, yeah. So you leave the chamber. As you can see, Sethanon and Rahaj are beginning to walk away.
So I ask him, "So are you my handler for today?"
Oh yes. Sorry. I'm Samuel. Pleasure to meet you. And he extends his hand to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Well, you are free to roam the temple. You just may not, you're not permitted from leaving the temple. You're not permitted to visit the dungeons or the conclave, but any other place is up to you. What would you like to do?
I just want to find a dark corner, like the.
Well, I like to go to the. I like to go up to the rookery when I like to be alone. So.
Right. Right. So you would like to come with me? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Of course, yeah, whatever you like. And he leads you up, through several halls, up some stairs. Next, who wants to leave the room?
I will.
Okay, so yeah, Rana, you exit your room. You're putting on the robes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, and so you see in front of you an older man. He's bald. He's got the robes on. He's very quiet. He stands before you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. And who might you be?
I am Dariel, and I am to be your minder for the duration of your trial.
I see. Oh, my name is Rana. Tell me, is there anywhere you would recommend that we go?
Well, if you wish to repent for your sins, then I would recommend heading to the chancel to pray. It would do you the best in the eyes of Ultima to pray as much as you can for forgiveness.
And what sins might those be?
I have not been told of your crimes, just that you are to stand trial. It is between you and Ultima, this repentance that you must face.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. Let's go for a walk in the garden.
Very well. And he takes you towards the gardens. You also see this other crew who you now recognize their voices. They were the same people who were being held with you in the ship. Does anyone else want to leave their room?
I will.
Okay, so Blivette, you exit your room, and you see in front of you none other than the Inquisitor, Yvonne. She's still in her armor. She has her helmet off. She stands before you. Blivette, I am to be your minder. You are free to roam the temple wherever you wish.
By the way, I'm not in the robes yet.
Oh.
Is there somewhere I could, take a proper bath before I change? I don't want to change all dirty into clean robes.
Yes, I will bring you to the baths if you wish to clean and purify yourself.
Thank you.
And so yeah, she begins leading you. Anybody else want to leave? Or Alana, did you have a question?
I can't remember now. Never mind.
If you think of it, just let me know. Seth and I. Okay, so you're researching. Excellent.
I'm just, yeah.
You want to find contradictions in Ultima, in like the writings of the Ultimatum and stuff like that.
Yeah, just sort of.
Okay, so you spend the majority of the day, reading scrolls and books that they have. Again, like their library is limited, but since it has to do with the subject matter you're researching, it does actually, you're in the best place to research it, essentially. Jacket,
right.
or Raj, what do you
You
want?
can let Jacket go first, it's fine.
Okay, Jacket.
Not that important now that I think of it.
I would like to leave the room.
Okay, you all left at 6 a.m. in the morning. So, Jacket, you open the door in the ropes.
I I don't take my clothes off, I just put the robes over the top of the jacket and the thing. I don't care how it looks, it probably looks like a blimp. It's more a smelly blimp.
So you're just putting them over top of your original
Yes.
piece? Okay,
I haven't changed it all, just put them on top.
Okay, you see before you none other than Captain Alfair, who is the captain of the ship, who arrested you in the first place. He stands before you. Well, I'm to be your minder during your stay here. If you wish to roam the temple, you are free to do so. You must return here at 5 p.m. Also, Blivette, you wanted to take the bath before putting on the robes?
Yeah, I was gonna change after I bathed, but I'm keeping my ribbons unless they try to take them.
Okay, no. Yvonne lets you go to the baths before changing. And they have very, very private bathrooms. They like nudities
Like
thing
cares.
So yeah, you come to your own room. It's like this own little chamber. They bring some water. It's not very warm. It's a little chilly, but it is clean. It's kind of part of your.
Gotta love that saxophone.
Yeah, you
Oh
gotta.
yeah.
The bathroom saxophone player is here.
Thank you so much, sax player.
Maybe
Why'd you pick
it's
the
not a
room
thing.
right next to mine? That's cool.
Yeah, the cold water is essentially to help you purify yourself and reinvigorate yourself as she waits outside of your the chamber
I'll
there.
move during the break.
So Jacket, Alfair is just waiting for you wherever you want to go.
What did you do to Professor Eladrin?
Ah, yes, the heretic. Well, when I charged him for his crime of interplanar travel, he refused to come with us. We already knew, thanks to Professor Tieso, what time the rest of your research party would be returning. So we did not need him as of that moment. He refused to coordinate, and so I struck him down in the name of Ultima.
Was it worth it?
He risked opening us up to another attack from the outside. People don't realize how fragile the balance is. How fragile the lines between this world and other worlds is. All for the sake of his selfish research.
Trust me,
He
I understand.
deserved what he got.
I understand better than anyone that the edges are thin and full of horrors. I'm not judging you for what you did. But you must understand you could have treated Mira better.
She attacked me after I explicitly told her there would be consequences for doing so. She
Her
chose
father
her
was
fate.
dead. Her father was dead and she was lost. And no,
She had a chance to redeem herself in the eyes of Ultima. She chose blasphemy.
she
I
chose.
do not wish to speak of this anymore. Where do you wish to go?
What is here?
There's the rookery, there's your quarters, the grand hall, there's the dungeons. You may not go to the dungeons or the conclave, but you may visit the chancel to pray if you wish for forgiveness, the rookery if you wish to send messages, antechamber, the shrines, the library, or the gardens.
The gardens? There's gardens here?
Yes, where you first entered, the gardens of Saint Mendel.
Let's go there. That sounds nice.
Very well. Yeah, he brings you to this, the gardens. Who's next? Who has not left yet? Rahaja, do you want to do something?
Before we even enter the library, Rahaj is gonna look and say, are we supposed to be silent in the library?
Berzini turns to you. Well, of course, usual level of decorum is expected here in the library.
Sithanan, see Rahaj when you are done here. And Rahaj looks back to his guy and he goes, so, do you happen to play any instruments?
Oh, I am glad that you asked. I used to be quite good with the lute.
Oh, can you show Rahaj? Maybe teach him while he's here.
Oh, I am afraid I did not bring my lute with me when I came to pray.
What a shame. Do you know any place we can go to just relax and maybe get to know each other?
Yes, well, there is the Hall of St. Nicholas. It is a good place to relax and enjoy the delights of life.
To the Hall of St. Nicholas we go.
Very well. And he leads you on.
I skip behind him.
So, Dubois, are you leaving your room?
Yes.
Cool. So as you leave your room, you see in front of you
The embodiment
Dubois.
of Satan.
You see, wearing the exact same clothing as when you first saw him on the hull of the ship, in black and white robes, this helmet with a spike coming out of it and a visor covering his face. You see the navigator from the ship. Good morning and salutations. Are you prepared to depart from your quarters?
I am.
Very well. You are free to explore the grounds as much as you wish. You are not permitted to access the dungeons or conclave. I will be following you and surveying your progress as you travel through the temple.
Very well. Lead me to the shrines. I have desired to make a pilgrimage here for some time. Now that I'm here, I am guessing I will go sightseeing a bit.
Affirmative. And he leads you, walking very like robotically towards the shrines. And you see many shrines, lots of paintings of like very ultimate religious paintings of like moments from when the book was discovered and the fights against devils and demons and driving back the armies of Lolth and all this history depicted in artwork above the shrines. So basically you have free reign of the day up until 5 p.m. Sethanon, as you look through the ultimatum, even just in the ultimatum itself, actually give me an investigation check with advantage since you're because of where you are.
Sethanon. Oh.
Yeah, so you do just from the ultimatum itself, like you flip through it, you spend the whole day trying to get through it, but as it is very dense and a lot of it doesn't make sense. But you do notice that there are actually a lot of contradictions. It's almost like, because this ultimatum is supposed to be it was written by Ultima as like instruction, a huge instruction manual for humans and all the mortal races for how to save themselves from the void. And you see that same symbol of animal come up various times throughout the book. But yeah, there's lots of contradictions, not only in like just the sort of rules of what they're supposed to do, but even the philosophy. Like it seems at some points Ultima seems very forgiving and very caring and compassionate. Other times it seems very vengeful and like aggressive. Other times almost like jovial and partaking in delights and enjoying the delights of just music and wine and sort of this sort of thing, kind of like Berzini. So yeah, you get this like range of personalities throughout the book, just based on what you read about Ultima. Blivette.
I was just wondering if I could help him with that, because after taking a bath, I was going to head to the library.
Yeah, you can go and also make an investigation check. And you have your sage, so you can also make an advantage.
Team nerd.
Exactly. What am I rolling again?
Just investigation with advantage.
Of course. Why
But
would
you
anything else?
you come to the same conclusion basically. But it's super dense. You don't find anything like factually like this directly contradicts this, but you do get the sense that there's a lot of different ideas that you wouldn't expect from one religion. It's very all-encompassing of almost all these different philosophies. Devois, you go to pray in the shrine. Does anyone else want to do anything else for the remainder of the day?
Yep.
All right, so Elena.
So I go up to the rookery with Samuel.
Mhm.
And I guess while we're walking up the stairs, I kind of ask him, like, so how old are you?
Okay, 1 second. I'm just
Poor nerd.
So yeah, he looks to you and he's just like, "Oh, me? Yes, I just turned 19.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?"
Oh my. No, I'm just wanting to know who I would be spending time with.
Yes, well, what brings you to the temple? Sorry, that's a stupid question. That's, I figured I'd ask
Oh
that.
no, it's fine. It's fine. What brings you to the temple?
Oh, well, I entered into the tests, into the aptitudes, and I was selected to study here amongst the grandees. I'm the first in my family to ever have that honor myself. So I've been keeping up with my studies, reading the ultimatum, and keeping my prayers, keeping Ultima in my heart, and learning her ways.
So you're willingly here.
Oh, yes, no, this is a great honor. I come from one of the villages here in Trestia.
So do you want to go up to the rookery and talk a little bit?
Yeah, well, you kind of make your way up the stairs,
Okay.
and you can see there's a large kind of tower-like area with many birds and cages. It seems to be mostly deserted. There's like one or two older priests here and there reading notes. You do see a bishop actually with an escort of guards taking one scroll and like coming down the stairs past you guys. But yeah, you make it up to the top of the rookery where it's mostly secluded.
So there's like a ledge. Oh, good.
Oh, no. They're tiny windows. They're like windows for the birds to come in.
Oh, okay.
But no, you're not really facing.
It's not very open. It's
No,
like, okay. What were you gonna say?
Also, while you're doing that, I need to give Sethanon some stuff. Because you have had many dreams, which I forgot to mention, but over the course of your stay here, and last night included, you have a couple of dreams. So I'm just going to copy that over. Alright. Sorry, sir. It should be pasted over. Yeah, now you should be able to see it.
Okay.
But
yeah. He's just like, oh no, sorry. What did you want to do up here?
No, I just wanted to talk. Just wanted to have some time to, reflect. So,
of course.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh well, like I said, I came from a small mining village. I was the first in my family to be accepted here into the temple. I've been studying here for about 3 years now. Still quite new, learning my way around, still get lost a little, but I like it here. I'm finding peace with myself, a peace that I've never truly known before.
I'm sitting close to him.
What about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Ketland.
Ah, yes. They make good kettles there, I hear.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know where I heard that.
Have you been to Ketland before?
Oh, no, I've never... This is the farthest I've ever been from my village here in the temple.
But, I really need to get back to Ketland. So, how would you suggest I do that?
Oh, well, of course,
way.
When your trials are complete, then the Grandees will decide if you're fit in the eyes of Ultima, and you will be released, of course.
But I didn't do anything bad.
Oh, yes, well, Ultima sees everything. I'm sure you'll be
course.
released. Right as rain.
I scoot closer to him.
I remembered there's some beautiful artwork down by the shrines. Would you like to see it? As he stands up and gets up from where you're sitting.
Sure, of course. And
yes,
I get up and I go down with him.
Please join me. Yes. Okay, so yeah, the day continues on. There is like a common area where food is served. It's basically like your basic stew that you're all served. Not very tasty, but stew and bread as you're all brought there by your minders, if you wish to go throughout the day.
Raj will go.
Awesome, yeah, Brazani, oh yes, please. The food is not as the best they have as they did in Loroska, but it is enough for a worshipper of Ultima. We do not need much to be happy in this life, don't you agree?
Oh, 100%, my friend.
And he pats you on the back. Let's see here. Rahaj, you can get a point of influence, +1 influence.
We take those.
Alana.
You said we were having soup?
Stew and bread, yes.
I take the spoon and I look at Samuel and I lick the spoon.
Oh, damn!
He just like pauses, looking at you, and just goes back to his stew and just like tries to finish it as quickly as possible.
I'm guessing we're at the
Poor
same
kid.
place, so Rahaj's
Yeah,
jaw
you
just
all-
drops.
You can all like sit because like they all kind of congregate.
I flip my
together
middle
at the same
finger
time.
at Raj.
Rahaj's jaw drops further.
Rana, what do you want to do?
I wanted to look over at Rahaj's minder and say, well, it seems like you've gotten one of the good ones. Mine only seems to talk about repentance.
Oh, this man.
You
he seems
must
to be a great man.
repent. And
Oh. I'm
your
sure
minder
she
Rana
will.
is just.
I'm sure she will, sir. Rahaj Mahal, at your service. And he extends a hand and kind of gives her like a, can you believe this guy? Look.
Rana takes his hand, shakes it, and returns the look like, please God, let this end soon or end me. and says, my name is Rana. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rahaj.
It's a pleasure to meet you. So,
Also, Rana, could you maybe just give us a visual description
Yeah,
of
cool.
what Rana looks like?
Okay,
Has everyone seen her for the first time?
Rana is 6'2". She has dark, blackish with a hint of purple to her tone, skin, white hair that's pulled up into, not a complicated updo, but kept up out of her face and out of the way. And on her face, because she's missing most of her robes and whatnot, she does have around her eyes, this white ink that almost looks like eyeliner, and beneath her right eye, just at the top of her cheekbone, is a single white star.
does Rahaj recognize this being a religious individual?
Yeah, you can make a religion check.
Who with disadvantage? Or do I have advantage because I'm cool?
Nope.
Religion. Ooh, a 0 modifier. Who would have guessed? Ha, nope.
Never seen it before in your life.
Well, you were on the boat, no?
Yes, I was. You all
Rahaj
seem to,
recognizes your voice.
You all seem to, enter with a bit of a bang.
Oh, well, we like to, make an entrance, I suppose. Where is this one from?
Oh, you could consider me from Laruska. Specifically, just one of the temples of Laruska dedicated to, the Lady Luna.
Ooh, hey, what do I know about Luna, Tristan?
Based on your religion check, not much. You just know that she
Cool.
is the goddess of death.
Oh, Luna. Very interesting god.
Yes, that's one way to put it.
Are you a cleric?
I am.
Oh, well, Rahaj is as well.
I do consider myself more of a doctor and a practical application of medicine than I do a prayer sort of healing, but I am a cleric. It's
Rena, you're saying this. You're sitting next to Dariel as you say this, right?
yes.
You take -1 influence.
Yeah, go figure.
So tell me more. More of a medical?
Yes, it's more of a understanding of the body and how it works and what we can do to heal it. I like to be able to do things myself rather than constantly rely on the aid of the goddess.
You value self-strength. That is very admirable.
I suppose you are similar? What may I ask is your flavor of worship?
Lahaj finds much in prayer, yet the practical aspects, the commitment of doing correct deeds and good to his God, that is where he finds the most fulfillment. It is in the action of one. The actions of one is what defines them, not what they believe in.
Wise words. And your god is?
Oh, he is quite a beautiful one. And then he kind of, I want to do it nonchalantly, but kind of like hold down on his robe just enough so she can get a gist of the symbol on his chest.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
All right. Come on, give me 2 natural 20s. It's the only way I'll win this. Ah, nice, a 1. Got a 0.
You rip open your shirt.
Berzini also notices your symbol as you're eating. Oh, interesting tattoo. What is that?
Oh, it is from Rahaj's native tribe. As you can tell, the Rahaj is a tiefling, so many civilizations do not accept them. So Rahaj.
And you hear Dariel next to Rana as he says it, mostly for good reason. But Berzini says,
Do I hear that?
He kind of mumbles on his breath, but yeah, you hear it. He kind of says it so you can hear it.
Pardon me. What did you say?
I said mostly for good reason. Miss, are you finished eating your stew?
Well, and may I ask what that reason is?
No. Ultima preaches patience. I will not be your judge. Ultima will be your judge. Miss, when you're ready to go.
Oh no, I'm having quite a lovely time
yes,
here.
Sir, we are having a beautiful conversation. I'm sure Ultima loves it.
Do I have to roll a religion check to see if I know what the symbol is?
So
Or do
yeah,
I just
Randy.
know?
No, you would have to roll a religion check.
Okay.
Also, he looks to you, Rana, and to you, Raj, and says, "If you wish to consort with this kind, then very well." And he just stands behind you and watches. Rana, you get -1 influence.
If you're not going to take part in this conversation in a constructive and less unbiased way, you're welcome to go stand in the corner.
My task is to watch over you, miss.
You watch with your
must
eyes,
have some
don't you?
Horrible eyesight. You can't see from the corner.
I will do as Ultima wills it. I
Yes,
don't
you seem to be doing that just fine earlier. You know, not judging.
I would suggest you keep quiet and repent for what you've done.
I do have to ask, earlier, when you asked me to go to the shrines and repent, perhaps you wanted to visit yourself.
All must purge themselves of sin. None of us are free of it.
Apologies, sir. With repentance, it seems as though you are making claims to our personal character. And Rahaj looks to his new friend and goes, I apologize, sir, but from what Rahaj was taught, Ultima is the only one that can judge us. Is this wrong?
Oh, of course. Ultima sees everything. And Dariel says, he looks to you, and Ultima will judge you, as I'm sure she will. Both of you take another -2 to your influence.
Yeah, Ultima sees everything. And I wink at Samuel.
Blivette, you wanted to do something.
I was gonna try to diffuse the situation, but since it's passed.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Went nuclear.
Too deep in character. All right.
Rahaj gives a little wink to Rana and a smile.
Rana returns it.
So it comes to be about 5 p.m. Do you all return to your rooms?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll walk with Rana, because we're friends or something.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Well, your rooms are like right next to each other in the same hallway. Jacka, what are you doing?
I had something to do during the day. I was going to look around the garden for mistletoe or anything useful plant-wise.
Oh, totally. Yeah, make a nature check.
Coolies.
Mistletoe? Who you looking for, Jacket?
You'd be surprised what mistletoe can do.
It makes two people kiss.
Come on, please. The one time I need to make it back to work. Oh!
Nice.
Okay, yeah. So you do find some Flarian flowers. Basically, they are used for. They're a component in creating. What are they called? when you use a medicine check, it's a healer's kit. Yeah, they can be used with a herbalism kit to create a medicine kit.
Is the captain still behind me?
Yeah, Captain Alfair is watching.
Am I allowed to take from the garden, Captain?
These flowers are a gift from Ultima, not for our personal use. Just sit and enjoy the surrounding nature and the blessing of Saint Mendel.
Who's Saint Mendel?
Well, you know not Saint Mendel. He was one of the great saints of Ultima. He's a Kettish man. He goes into the story of Saint Mendel with you over the ensuing hour. Basically, he was a priest of Ketland. A couple hundred years ago, this nobleman of Ketland found out that there were some rebels in his forests, and he decided he was going to burn down the entire forest to smoke them out. And the priest, this Mendel, he protested that, saying that, all nature is the creation of Ultima, so that you can't, do that for your own selfish gains. So he actually, chained himself to one of the trees and said, if you burn down the forest, you're going to have to burn me down as well. The nobleman went ahead anyways, burnt Mendel alive, but it's said in the stories that as he was burning, he did not scream, he did not seem to be in any pain as he burned alive. And they say that Ultima protected him in her light. And when people saw this, it was so emotionally moving that they actually rose up against the Lord, and they decried him, stripped him of his title, and they decided to create a shrine to Mendel, and he was raised posthumously to the position of sainthood. And that's why he is the patron saint of nature in the Ultima religion.
More
So, yeah,
saints
that's
like
basically-
it. I think I could grow to respect Ultima.
Yes, and yeah, he gives you that. And also, you can take a point of influence.
Also, can I ask him of the weather patterns in this mountain?
Oh, I'm not. That's something you'd have to ask the navigator about. He's more versed in that than I am.
Well then, thank you. And let's go back to the quarters then.
Yeah, it's good you brought that up. It is a bit chillier here, probably 10 degrees Celsius, which is probably 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, it's chillier, but you're not freezing to death or anything.
Cool.
So who wants to do other stuff? Alana.
Yep. So as we're going back to my room, I stop outside the door and so here we are.
Yes. Nice talking to you today. I hope you enjoyed seeing the temple. It is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Excellent.
Do you want to come in?
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm actually supposed to lock up now, but
Lock me in here.
yes, yeah, you're not permitted to wander the temple at night, unfortunately.
How would I get to your chamber if you lock me in?
Sorry, I'm not sure I follow.
How would I be able to do a midnight visit to your chamber if you lock me in?
Make a persuasion check. Somebody needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Wait, persuasion. Okay. Oh my god, the worst check I have. Oh my god!
All right, well, let's see how
My
good
points are on my side.
Unless
It's a
he gets a
nat
20.
20.
He's got to get. That's good because he got a 17. He says, I don't know, and he closes the door and locks it.
Aww.
I don't know what that means. But the rest of you, sorry, Rana, you had something you wanted to do.
I did. Since Rahaj and I are walking back towards our rooms together, I do want to turn towards Rahaj's handler and say, I don't suppose there's any way to change who's dealing with me. It seems like I've gotten a bit of an unfair end of the stick here.
Oh, it is nothing. Dariel, he's a nice, not much for conversation, but he's a merry man once you get to know him. And Dariel, he's not saying anything.
If we
Unfortunately for us both, Miss is stuck with how Ultima has decided. Now,
Well,
please
if-
enter your quarters.
If we promise that we will do the same thing, could just one of you watch over us? I don't see the reason for two.
Ultima has willed it, as has the Grandees. We do not question their will. Now enter your quarters, or I will summon the guard.
There's no
Rahaj
need for such
respects-
extreme measures.
And then Rahaj is gonna turn to Rana and he's gonna, not without even asking, go in for a hug and then whisper to her very quietly, "It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we both find joy in our repentance." Very quietly, so only we can hear it.
Oh yeah, and sorry, I forgot to address your religion check, but yeah, you did not recognize.
Yeah, I figured.
Well, there
Okay.
you go.
But yeah, you do recognize the name Sirik as a god of trickery. Beyond that, you don't know much about him.
Rana, after pulling away, is going to just smile and nod at him and say, "Well, perhaps tomorrow we can come to find out a bit more." And then head to her room.
Okay.
Good night.
Excellent.
And then Rahaj goes to his room. But after saying good night to his friend, of course.
So you all turn in for the night. Sorry, Blivette, you're doing something.
I was just gonna bid Evade a good night before going to bed.
Okay. Yeah, you
In
all
the
see
most
each other
cheerful
as
way I
you're
possibly
walking.
can.
Yeah. Jacket as well.
I turn to the captain and go, Mira was by far not your fault. I thought that was fair to say.
No. I wish it hadn't been that way. I wished her and her father could have seen the light in the error of the ways, but at times like these, we do not have the luxury of patience, especially in the battle against darkness, which is ever waging. I hope you come to realize that in your stay here. And he ushers you into your quarters.
Good night.
You as well. Alright, so everyone can rest up for the night. This is going to be where we'll take a short 10-minute break.
Woo!
So you can go ahead and... so I did mention before, because you were training, in your downtime days on the ship, it was 10 days total, but you only get half of that since there was not ideal circumstances. So you can all add, I guess that would be 25 experience points total to your characters. So we're going to take a break here. We will meet back at basically 34 minutes past the hour. Sound good?
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
All right.
All right, so the night continues on, mostly uneventful for most of you, except right around midnight.
Please, I want it to
Hold
be
up,
what I think
Hazel, you want to do something?
Can I send Dig out to spy on the castle and specifically what's in the dungeons? But if he sees any cats, he runs back here immediately.
Yeah, he can scurry along through. Like he'll have to go out through the window, to the side because the door is completely shut. But he can go out through the window and around to the other rooms. Yeah, you can send him out to look for stuff.
Okay, but only if he's safe. Good luck, buddy.
So later that evening, while everyone's asleep, around midnight, Alana, you hear a knock at your door.
I contain my excitement. Okay.
It's me. Don't get excited.
Oh, I think it's Rahaj, and I'm like, oh God.
Do I hear this with
Maybe
the
he
chat?
asked his handler to let him out, and I get up and I answer the door.
You open the door and you see Samuel there. He's just like adjusting. Sorry to bother you. I think I may have forgotten something here earlier. Did I have a quill or something?
A quill? I didn't see one, but you can come in and look.
He looks down the hall. Okay. And he walks in after you.
Okay.
He begins just like looking around the floor, like just standing there really, really awkwardly.
Is there anything you'd like to talk about?
What would you like to talk about?
Oh, this dude's smooth.
Well, so I was thinking that we could talk about is my trial tomorrow?
I'm not exactly sure when that happens, and he's avoiding eye contact with you. But they'll come tell us to get you when it's time for your trial.
And I take his hand and I sit down on the bed and I said, Samuel, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there something going on?
If it's worth anything, I think you seem like a very beautiful person. I think you're innocent, if you ask me, but there's nothing I can do to help.
Then help me.
I can put in a good word with the Grandees. I'll tell him. There's no way you could have, worshipped demons or anything like they're accusing you for.
No. I really need to get home. I feel homesick. And I know my friends they need to get home as well.
Oh yes, of course. I understand. It's terrible. It's terrible. Whatever happened to you, I imagine, was quite terrifying.
Well, I look around, and so I guess I get up and I start going to the door, and I give him a quick kiss on the cheek, and I say, I see you tomorrow.
And he looks at you and he walks out very stunned. Don't tell anyone I came to visit you.
No, absolutely not.
You close the door. Alana,
right.
you get +2 influence.
Back up to 0. Oh no, I'm 1.
No, he locks the door.
Darn it!
Is the ceiling like stone or is it wood?
Yeah. There's a lot of carved stone in this place.
So the only way out is either the window or the door. Is the window too small?
Sorry, Raj?
Can I inspect my room while she also is inspecting her room?
Yeah, you can all, if you want to, roll perception checks for your room.
Wow.
What are the odds Cyric's here, am I right?
Which one you roll?
Yeah, it's loading for me. Ooh.
If I wanted to like try and find a specific thing in my room, would that be investigation? Or is this going to cover that as well?
This is cover that. Just for
Okay.
good perception for this one.
I've been a bad girl. I need to repent.
Yeah.
I try not to look at the chat. While
Yeah.
I'm doing this.
Don't know how to pay for this pizza.
Hey, you know, she's Rahaj is much worse. Much worse.
How dare you?
So let's see here. Yeah, you don't find anything of interest in your chamber. It does appear that the window, if you were to climb out, it's very narrow, but you could climb out of the window. But then it's a very, very steep drop to what must be almost certain death to the bottom.
Featherfall.
You would have to, you'd have to maneuver some crazy acrobatics or magical apparatus to get down.
Can I open the window?
It's not actually a window, it's just like a hole. It's like a narrow hole and made out of the stone.
Can I look out and see if... Do I know where Seth's room is?
He's probably about 4 rooms down from you.
Oh, God, never mind. That would be a lot of climbing.
Here, I'll actually put you in order so you can, just in case.
Why don't you climb to my room?
Where's Rahaj's room? Just out of curiosity.
Raj and Rana are next to each other.
Hey, I'm one closer.
This is basically the order you guys are arranged in. And Brian is also at the end. He's put there with you guys as well.
Are you still
The old man.
Oh, Brian. I go to Brian's room. God,
you...
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, so you rest for the evening. So it's now... Yes.
I had something to say.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, Rana.
Specifically, what I was looking for was to see if there were any like holy books or something in my room. I'm trying to find parchment that has holy text written on it.
Nothing in your room. It's just basically a bedroll, just like a bedroll on like a wooden frame. There's like a desk, a little alcove, which is you'd assume for prayer, and then the window.
Okay.
Hazel, jacket.
Yep. Okay. Can I look out the window and see any owls or anything?
You can. Well, did you make a perception check?
Yeah, I got 22.
You can see various. You don't see any owls. You see like a hawk in the distance. Caw.
Can I call it over with speak with animals and animal friendship? Because I kept some cookie bits while I was in the ship, so I've got some morsels of food to speak.
Is that one of the components of your spell?
For animal friendship.
That's true. So you can cast animal friendship. You hand out. You just reach through this hole in the wall with the crumbs, and the hawk comes flying over to check out what you got there. It's not really interested in the crumbs though, but it kind of perches on a rock on the side of this mountain near your window, near enough to talk to you. Caw!
Cast animal speak with animals.
And that doesn't, it's just yes. You... What do you want?
Can you tell me what's in this area, sir? Or ma'am?
I see everything. There are many things. Are you looking for the guard tower? Are you looking for the caves that lead below?
Which one can I ask for?
You don't have a limit of questions, so...
Okay. What are the caves under?
For a friend of the skies, there are many caves below this temple. I know not where they lead. I only know that they exist and they are deep.
How deep down?
This one knows not.
What of the guard tower?
The only exit for one who walks on the land, such as yourself, is through the other stone tower. And this, many of you, your mortal kind, reside. Many sharp sticks, many weapons.
Did you say mortal?
Yeah,
Yeah,
mortal is basically their term for humanoid.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is this dude a god?
No, yeah. Yeah, no, in this world, in this world, mortal and immortal actually has a different connotation. Mortal is humanoid races, so like tieflings, humans, dragonborn. And immortal is just anything that is not one of those races. This doesn't actually refer to gods specifically.
Interesting. Where are the closest mountains or rivers?
This mountain stands alone. The closest mountains are far to the east. And I have to actually look up my notes. 1 second. Yes. You mortals speak the sounds Jorhal when you refer to those mountains in the east.
Oh boy, Jorhal. One more question and I'll give you some more biscuit. Tell me, are there any paths down this mountain that aren't occupied by guards?
Not many paths to be taken by footwalkers such as yourself. You could scale the mountain, but I have never seen one of your kind do that before.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Go! I just like...
Oh, okay. Can I turn into a spider and quickly crawl over to Juno's room? I've heard some noises from there.
Who's Juno?
To Alana's room, yeah. You can
Yeah.
crawl over.
Okay.
I'm in my bed.
Alana, you go to sleep, and as you're going to sleep, a spider crawls in through your window.
I look. I'm kind of barely awake. I'm like, oh my god! And I'm about to smack at it.
I turn back into Jacket like, hello.
Oh my god, Jacket! What are you doing?
I'm here to finish your question. I cannot turn into a bird. Sorry.
Why not?
I can't. It's hard. It's very hard. I'm new to all this animal thing. But I've got a few ways out.
Okay.
Well, apparently there's some caves underneath, and if I can get Dig to expand his explorations down there, we might be able to find a shortcut down there.
That could work. This place is pretty extensive, though. Lots of guards.
Exactly. We need some guards on our side, I think.
Alright. Let me sleep on it.
Now, I know that you're not exactly nice, but if you could please try and head like Ultima, that would be enough. Just for the next few days, whenever before the trial happens, okay? Please?
You said try like an Ultima?
Yeah.
No, I mean out of character.
Oh, the ultimate trial. No, I mean the other trial. The trial that's happening for a case of us stealing food. No, I mean the ultimate trial.
I'm turned against the wall. I'm not giving these people an inch. Jacket.
I know, but they'll still take the mile.
I don't say anything back.
Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. It was a terrible place, the Shadowfell, and I was all over the place, stress-wise, but I think we could try to do better. And I respect you.
I respect you too.
Good night then, Alana. Sleep well.
Good night.
Spider back to the room, nothing happened. I was never a spider, no conversation ever went down.
Yeah, nobody seems to have noticed. As the day passes, so you all remove, if you haven't already, a level of exhaustion. It's the next morning, so it's now the 12th. Let's see, you got there the 10th. Took you a day to get there, and then you rested, so it was 11. So it's now the 12th of Vergon. If I could get my Time Lord to note that down, just in case I forget. It's the 12th of Vorgon at 6 a.m., and your doors are all unlocked. However, Sethanon, you get a pretty hurried knock at your door.
I get up and answer the door.
So yeah, as you open the door, you see there, so your minder, Dimitri, is standing there, and beside him is also a couple guards and what appears to be a bishop. And you actually recognize this person. This is Bishop Calvia. She's the bishop of Ketland. You recognize her because your family has, before she was a bishop, she was familiar to your family before, and she says to you, Sethanon, I bring you word from your family. She takes out a scroll. She takes out a scroll and hands it to you. Ever since it was aware to me that you were taken, been in contact with your family, remember that I did them that favor. I suggest you read this very carefully and you heed your parents' instructions. These are very... You don't know the gravity of what you've done. Grandis. It's a very low threshold of forgiveness for such crimes. I don't need to know the reasons, just read the scroll and come find me when you'd like to talk. And she leaves with her guards. Oh, and she stops. You'll find me in the priest quarters if you need it. And you get this scroll handed to you, wrapped up. Let me just give that to you. Basically.
Boy, bye.
I hate you, Dad. You're done with me.
As he's reading that, anyone else want to do anything?
Ooh, I'll hop out of my room.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say hi to my dude, and then I'm gonna just ask for a walk around. Well, first, I guess I should wait to see if Rana comes out. But what I'm gonna do while we're walking around is Raj is gonna keep his hand lazily to his side with his fingers crossed. He's looking for a criminal contact.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you do that. Anyone else doing anything that's happening?
Liv's just gonna wander around, I guess, ask questions here and there about the place.
I'm waiting for Dig to come back.
You're waiting for Dig. Okay, yeah, Dig. It's a big place, so you get the feeling it might be another day before he comes back with, unless something bad happens and he leaves earlier. But it's probably going to be a day, you get the feeling, before he can report to you. Anyone else?
I stay in bed and just
All right.
chill out.
Rana's gonna head out of her room.
All right, yeah, you exit your room, and of course Dariel is standing there as he was before. Good morning.
Good morning. Things were rather tense yesterday, and perhaps while we're here, things should be a bit less so. I won't apologize for my behavior, but I will say that perhaps we can try again. And today I would like to perhaps visit the library where I can read some of the holy texts of Ultima.
I would recommend it. And he begins leading you. But you also notice Rahaj as you exit.
Oh. Good morning, Rahaj.
Good morning. And then Rahaj
What are
is
your
gonna-
plans?
Did you mention drinks, my friend?
Are you talking to Brazini?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yes, if you wish, I could get us a little bit of wine, if you wish.
Hey, water for me, my friend. And he starts laughing.
You are a very funny man, Rahaj.
Should we go to the gardens? They seem nice.
Oh, the gardens are so incredibly beautiful.
maybe you could show. I know you do not have a lute, but maybe run Raj through some of the basics.
Oh, well, I am a bit rusty, but I can tell you as much as I know.
Well, that is where we'll be, Rana, if you need us.
Of course, I'm going to do a bit of reading up on something, and then I'll join you there. Though I will like some of that wine if you'll allow me it.
And he whispers to you, just don't let Ariel find out if you don't mind. And he begins leading Rahaj away.
And I have the crossed finger. And I'm
Yes. So, Sethanon, what did you want to do?
I basically read the scroll and roll it back up. I'm not sure how it was sealed, if it was like sealed with wax or whatever, but I'll just roll it back up and put it inside my, I guess, like the chest of my robes.
Yeah, it was a wax seal and it was broken. You assume that the
Okay.
bishop read it as well.
Okay, so I put away the scroll and mutter quietly to myself, predictable. Dimitri, please take me to the priest's quarters.
As you wish. He begins leading you out. Let's see. Anyone else want to do anything?
How much time do we have until the trial?
You're not sure. Could be a couple days. Could be a couple years.
No, let's hope not for that latter.
This
Be a very interesting game.
is the rest of the campaign, you guys. This is the rest of the campaign.
You just walk to the garden every day and go, oh, that looks bigger.
Can I go to the shrines?
Yeah, Hazel, you can go to the shrines.
Mm-hmm.
So now, Sethanon, as you're following Dimitri through towards the priest's quarters, he walks over to a guard and he says, "This one wishes to visit the priest's quarters. Bring him there." And another guard begins escorting you. I will catch up to you in just a moment. He turns back and starts walking away. You're not sure where. Rana, you come to the library. What did you want to look for anything in particular there?
I just wanted to see if I could find because it's all basically ultimate text. I just want to try and find like some sort of duplicate book in there maybe, and ask if I could perhaps borrow it for the night for reading. It helps me fall asleep.
Dariel behind you says, "The books are not to be removed from the library."
Not even for the sake of helping perhaps a new convert understand.
You may spend the majority of your time here if you wish to learn.
Understood. Is he like watching me like a hawk?
All times, yeah.
Fuck. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna read for a little bit and then put the book back and then head out to the gardens to go meet up with the others.
Alright, cool.
Go meet up with Raj.
Anyone else at this point? So Rahaj, in the gardens, you're standing there with Berzini. He's telling you about this one time that like he just ran on stage with this other musical troupe back in La Rosca. And he's kind of laughing about that to himself. As he's laughing, Dimitri walks over to you and he says, Bezzini, do you mind if I have a word with this one? Berzini's like, oh, but we are supposed to keep an eye on our own people, aren't we? And Dimitri says, no, I spoke with the bishop and he said it would be good. It would be fine if I did it. Take a break. He's like, all right, if the bishop said so, then might as well. And he just sort of wanders the garden a little bit, admiring it. Dimitri looks to you, Rahaj, and he says, well, what do you need? And what can you offer? And he's looking around.
Well, insight check.
Go ahead.
Curious. Oh man, that's not a spell. What am I doing? There it is. Please.
All right. Yeah, he appears to be not all he seems to be, as he is. He seems to have recognized your symbol as a invitation to do business of some kind.
Quite the ultimate.
Aren't we all? What is it?
Much of what Rahaj owns was take. He can bless you if you get a message out for him.
Tell me the message first, and then I will decide.
For a friend, maybe fellow tieflings that understand Rahaj's plight. Assistance would be appreciated, however they take that.
It will cost you something as well.
Namely
And
bread.
I will need more than a blessing. How much gold did you find in this Shadowfell?
Oh. You are a wise man.
I know who
Raj
the true
found-
gods of this world are.
Rahaj did not find much. He found many copper and many silver, but gold, only about 10.
If you can somehow make it 50, then I will see what I can do.
50?
And he walks off. Oh, 50. And he just walks off. He walks off. Birzini, keep an eye on your person. And he just, walks, catches up to Sethanon. Sethanon,
What's his name?
Yeah.
What's that guy's
Dimitri.
name? Dimitri. Alright. Well,
Sethanon. Sorry, there's a bunch of people wanted to do stuff that I may have missed. Alana?
I guess I'll come out of my room now. I guess it's been about a half a day right there, right?
Samuel is waiting patiently for you outside.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi. How are you? Did you sleep well?
Very
He's
well.
got a big smile on his face.
Very
Excellent.
well.
Wonderful.
I'd like to take a turn about the gardens.
Oh, of course, yes. They really are lovely, just like you. Sorry, this way? Yes, that's right.
I smile at him.
He leads you to the gardens. Blivette?
I was gonna head to the gardens and just look around the plants because I'm not familiar with a lot of them.
Yeah. Okay, so you all kind of meet each other and you see their gardens. They're huge. It's like, the size of it is like a quarter-mile squared gardens. It's the center, there's walls all around it of the temple, sun shining out from above the mountain. You can see the tip of the mountain up above where the roof of the temple ends. That's quite a breathtaking view. Dubois.
Yeah, I'll come out of my room too.
The navigator is standing there waiting, just not even moving an inch. Good morning. I trust that you slept optimally.
Yes, even more than that. But let's get outside, take some fresh air.
As you wish.
Good.
So he's going to...
The gardens.
You're going to go to the gardens? Yeah, so he leads you to the gardens.
Oh, guys,
so-
we're having a little party.
But first, Sethanon. So you come to the priest's quarters. There's a lot of priests and other guards just standing guard there, and you come to a chamber which is the bishop's chamber. You're led there. Dimitri kind of rushing up and catching up to you, and I was taken from you, I think. And he shows you into the bishop's quarters. And there you see, sitting behind a desk, huge symbol of Ultima, this big, basically like a statue up on the wall behind her. You see Calvia there, and she looks to you. Yes, I trust you read the letter, and you are here to see me about its contents.
Exactly. And I take out the scroll, the letter, and I just place it on the table. Now,
Well,
obviously, you know the contents. I'm not interested in whatever games my parents are scheming or playing. However, I will respect their wishes, and I have come to you to seek your counsel.
a smart boy, and they said you were. Well, know this. If you fail the trial, you can kiss your research goodbye as well as the rest of your life. Not only will it ruin your family's reputation to hear that their son is a heretic, although hopefully they can cover that up, but the Grand East does not take lightly to extraplanar travel. Luckily for your family's generous donations to my career in the past, I am willing to provide you with a bit of information which may help you in your fate. Make no mistake, the Grand East does intend to punish you. However, he is also impressed with your ability to emerge from such a place as the Shadowfell alive. Such skills and talent are useful to the Church of Ultima, especially in these dark times. There is a very old rite, not known to many, even us Trestians. Those who are worshippers of Ultima have a choice to undergo the calling. The calling is a special task given to one of Ultima's chosen, who have proven themselves worthy in the trials. Deep beneath this temple lies a very terrifying and powerful devil. If you can vanquish this devil, then the Grand East has no choice but to grant you this calling. Then you will be permitted to complete a pilgrimage in the name of Ultima, often a year-long geas. To complete this pilgrimage, all your crimes, no matter what they may be, and other responsibilities are nullified, and you will be remembered as a paragon of the Ultimon Church. I highly suggest you consider asking to be subjected to these trials. Beyond that, there's not much, even with my power, I can do to help you. Beyond that, your fate is in Ultima's hands. Just remember to tell your family what I did for you, and that they owe me. That is all. You may leave.
I nod and I say, I thank you for your advice, and I will pass along to my family what you've done for us. And
Very good. You get +1 influence for Sathanan.
Okay.
The rest of you guys are in the gardens, just hanging out, chilling, having a party. What's going on?
Got a glass of wine. Yep.
Well, you haven't had the wine yet.
I know, I don't want to.
None for her. Middle finger.
All right. Well, if you just want to hang out until 5 p.m., then basically...
Can I walk up and be like, Raj Mahal, is that you in the gardens?
It's Rahaj Mahal, but yes, it is.
I want you to meet my new friend. And I gesture to Samuel.
He just pokes his head over your shoulder. Oh, hello there. Samuel, nice to meet you. From Chester.
And I'm just grinning. And I sit down. And Is Raj's handler? Does he have wine, or who has wine?
Yeah, Berzini was the one who said he could get you wine, but he hasn't actually gotten it yet.
And I look at Brazzini. I go, Brazzini, right?
Oh yes, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. So, a little bird told me. No, never mind. I won't say anything.
Very well.
Well, that's what we. Hey, for whatever reason, Alana thinks we should meet, and he just kind of waves to her friend. I'm Raj.
Oh, hello there, and pleasure to meet you. I'm Samuel. Can't say I've ever met a tiefling before.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of that, believe it or not.
Really? Wonderful. And he keeps glancing over at Alana as he's talking to me.
Well, good luck with that one. And then Raj just turns back around to his friend and goes, "Now tell me more about the lute. I would love to learn more."
Oh yes, it is really the most spectacular instrument. And he goes on and on. Blivette.
Since I'm with Yvain, whatever.
Yvonne.
Yvonne.
Yeah, she's been very
Did she
silent.
ever ask me any questions? No, she didn't ask me any questions or anything.
Nope.
Okay.
No, she's mostly silent.
Okay then. I probably ramble on about various things.
It would be a prescience roll because
That's what I was wondering. I was about to ask about the wine.
Thanks for noticing that. And yes, Casey, in case you didn't see my little rules, my variant rules, prescience is just if you know something that your character doesn't know, but you want them to know it, then you have to make a prescience roll, which basically allows you to metagame. You have to roll a number lower than your prescience number. So that's why having a higher number is better.
Okay.
Hazel or Jacket.
So I'm heading to the shrines, and I'm guessing Captain is following.
Yeah, he's close behind.
Okay, is it alright for me to pray at the shrines?
Of course.
Who are they for? What are they for?
Many come here to light candles for those they wish to pray for, or different blessings they hope to receive from Ultima.
Is there any specifically for fathers?
If you wish to light one, you are free to do so.
Thank you. So I grab a candle and they start lighting one. What do they look like?
The candles or just the shrines?
The shrines. The entire room.
They're like tiny little totems of angels, just different angels. They're all holding these little cups where the candles are actually placed. And there's also like little spots to sit in front of them and pray to each one.
Tell me, do you and your family also do this? Pray?
We used to, yes. I do still.
Yeah.
All to the same God?
Pardon, what was that?
All to the same God. One.
Most of my family, yes.
Seems a bit quiet, doesn't it? The heavens burning containing one.
But Ultima is not one. Ultima is infinite.
And so the infinite goes. It carries us with it, that's it?
It must. If not, the void would consume us all.
If anything, I'd be sure that there must be at least two gods. We all come in twos.
Ultima is the true god.
May he bring peace to you and your family. I pray for them as well. Nice washing machine, Casey.
And to you and yours as well. Alright, so you guys hanging out until Sethanon. You can also join them in the gardens at this point. But if you want, you can all wait until 5, unless you want to do anything else.
The next thing Raj is going to do is at night. So just before he goes to bed, he's going to do something.
Cool. Alright, so you're all brought back to your various rooms.
Could I, real quick, it just occurred to me, in the garden when everyone is gathered, can Rana just try and talk to some of the other Altmans and just see if there's anyone she can weasel like a holy book out of?
Yeah. As Dariel is watching behind you, there's one. Actually, give me a persuasion check.
Oh, God. Just straight up. Okay, there it is. Persuasion. Nope.
Yeah, there's a few that, like, they want to, but then they just look at Dariel behind you and he's just... So, no.
What a
Nobody's
prick.
able to work with you.
Can I turn around to mine and say, hey, could you maybe hook me up with a book?
Oh, you wish to read? Well, you could go to the library.
Oh, but one for a room. My friend here would like to learn more about the religion.
Oh, you are very eager, yes. Unfortunately, no, I cannot bring you anything to your room.
Oh, that is all right. Thank you for it anyway.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and so you all are taken to your rooms. Doors locked. And the night passes, so if anyone has exhaustion left, you remove your exhaustion. It's a new day.
Is
Oh,
Big Back dead?
While we're in is the dude with the pointy head there?
Oh, you see him ushering Dubois into his room, yeah.
Is it like a spike? What is it? Is it like metal?
You ever seen those helmets? Yeah, they're just like it's like a bowl helmet with a visor and just that little spike at the top. It's not really like useful. It's just a decorative spike.
Apologies, sir. But the question, your helmet. Raj has horns, and they are useless. Something fell on his head and they didn't even hurt them. Does that have any practical use whatsoever?
To my knowledge, the structure of this spike is not sufficient to do any lasting damage.
So, why? Why?
I like it.
Good reason as any, I suppose.
Okay, Data.
And then Raj is gonna like wave in front of his face to see if he moves. Does he flinch?
He does not move. No, he doesn't flinch.
You, sir, are quite the anomaly.
Are you interested to know more about me?
Sure.
If you wish to discuss, we can do so at a more appropriate time, as it is now past your curfew.
You know what? That sounds great. Let's make a date out of it. And then Raj closes the door.
Affirmative. Yeah, and he takes Dubois. You're all locked in your rooms for the night. So it's now the 13th of...
Oh, can I do something at night?
Oh, yes, Raj.
Okay. So, Raj is gonna get down. Well, once he feels like the area is clear, once again he's gonna whisper in Infernal, as so no one can, hear him, even though it's stone walls. He's gonna say to Sirik, Judgment of Ultima. Raj will not survive. It is something Raj has come to terms with. Raj has a proposition. Something that will benefit you greatly. Raj needs to speak with you. Raj does not care how. Rip this body from this plane or take Raj's soul away from the body. Raj does not care. He needs to speak with you. This will come with great importance to you and can make Sirik a great influence on this world. Take him to you. I do not care how painful, but please. And then that's it. He just
You
waits.
turn in. Gotcha. Sethanon.
I just wanted to do something in the morning, I guess during breakfast time with the others. So we'll
Okay,
wait
cool.
until the
Yeah.
night passes.
So yeah, it's the next day. It's now the 13th of Vergon. However, before 6 o'clock, Blivette, you get a knock on your door. Very enthusiastic knock.
I kind of hurriedly get my clothes on and go to open the door. Yes?
So you open the door. There you see, basically there's a few guards. There's also, you see Yvonne, and standing next to her, at sort of like almost shoulder height, is a very large dwarf dressed in bishop's robes. Right, it's Blivette, isn't it?
Yes? Can I help you?
You mind if we come in?
Sure. And I step back out of the way.
Alright, let's get this over with. He walks into your room. So, I'm just gonna tell it to you straight. Your case is not looking very good. But us dwarves and gnomes, we go back very far. Not sure if you know the history between us. So I'm willing to throw you a bit of a bone here. Not sure if you're familiar with the Hollow Garrison, are you?
They come again?
The Hollow Garrison. And through his thick Dwarven accent, you make this out.
Is that something I got lore on at any point?
Did you get lore on the Iron Curtain? Or not the Iron Curtain.
The Curtain
yeah,
of
it was
Innocence?
Curtain of Innocence, yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, you are familiar. Basically, just to recap, the Hollow Garrison is basically they're the guards. They're the guardians of the realm. They protect the realm from evils that may lie beyond the Curtain of Innocence.
Yes, I am. Why?
The Hollow Garrison is. They patrolled the Curtain of Innocence for many years. Mostly it's just the dwarves, but what most people don't remember is a treaty was made between the dwarves and all the other races, including these here Threstrians, though they easily forget it. Ultima isn't widely worshipped in Durgia, but those of us here understand. Those dwarves who worship her understand the importance of important skills such as your own. It'd be a waste for a gnome, a clever gnome such as yourself, to be wasted in a place like this. So, I have a bit of advice for you. If you can find the treaties that the Threstrians here signed with the Hollow Garrison, there's a way to get out of your judgment. If you find the treaties, then they are honor bound to obey them. And you can use them to join the Hollow Garrison. You'll be free of this place. It's not an easy life, living at the garrison, but you'll be alive, and your skills will be put to use. There's something to consider. There, debt's paid.
Where would I find those?
Well, you're gonna have to go down into the dungeon. Unfortunately, the only way you'll have access down there is if you ask the Grandees for permission. I can put in a good word for you, but can't guarantee you'll get down there. If you ask to be submitted to the trials, then they have to send you down there. That's where they're located, same place down in the dungeons. Long forgotten by most of these people.
So the trials. Well, okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Keep your head about you. He ruffles your hair. Face it, and he walks off. The rest of you guys, you hear your doors unlocking.
Nothing?
Rahaj, not as far as you know.
I'm so excited to die.
Is Dig back yet? I'm not leaving till Dig's back.
Oh yes, Dig does come back. He comes back in the night, actually.
Oh, brilliant!
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Ah.
You guys talk with the animals?
Yeah, speak with animals. Not gonna use many spells.
Many things. A special secret room where many of the tall people meet. They talk. They say many things. This one doesn't understand. Also, deep beneath, a tunnel, a locked door. This one can't get inside. Many food, bread, stew, more people on knees. I could find nothing else.
The people on knees eating the soup and the bread.
Not at the same time. They sit very still. They put their heads down, close their eyes for long amounts of time. Something wrong with them.
What's the food for then? Okay, so secret room. What did it look like? What was the door?
Large door, metal, hard, locked, leading downstairs, deep stairs.
To something like caves, perhaps. Oh, that might be a way out, Dig. But Dig, where? Well, what would we do? Where would we go?
We'll find a way.
We'll need to contact the druids. We'll need to get them to know that I might not be able to come back to the forest anytime soon, but you did very well, Dig. I love you.
He nuzzles your chin.
God damn it, Dig. I'm heading to the rookery and sending off a message.
Awesome. Yeah, so you can go up to the rookery. Of course, your minder, which for you was Alfair, he follows you up there. Anyone else do anything today? Or just
Can I
Elena?
Can I go find Seth?
Yeah. And Sethanon, you want to do something as well? Sorry.
I wanted to basically have a meeting with my companions at breakfast.
Okay.
Just bring up what I was told to them.
Yeah. So you're all at some point, like in the morning, you're brought off to breakfast in the grand hall. Pretty much just more bread, more stew, some
Does
butter.
Alana speak out stuff before breakfast, or what?
Yeah.
I don't want.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Is that okay? I mean.
No.
So I'd like to go over to Seth's room before the morning wake up sort of thing, before he comes out. And I lean over to Samuel and lean really close, like my mouth is almost on his ear, kind of close. And I say, "Can I have a moment with my traveling companion alone?"
I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to do that. Okay, sure. That's fine. But what about Dimitri? And Dimitri's
sure you
also
can find
standing
something.
there. Waiting. Dimitri's waiting next to Sethanon. What are we going to do here?
I'm sure you guys can talk about something for a moment while I go in and talk to Seth.
I'm having a bit of trouble remembering, thinking of anything to talk about. How about, and he pulls you aside, Alana.
Okay.
Maybe we could, I like talking about coin. Oh, even though it is useless to such a devout worshipper of Ultimate such as myself.
Who are you again? I might just get really like blunt with him. Like,
My name is Dimitri.
I'm pretty sure that all of my money got stolen off of me from you and your little buddies, so I don't have anything on me, sweetheart.
Well, let's say that some of your money went missing from your possessions.
So you have it already?
Not yet. But if you need some time alone, then perhaps some money goes missing from your possessions. That is all I'm saying.
How much?
5 minutes, 5 gold. I think that's fair.
Fine.
And yeah,
So-
he kind of walks over. Samuel, remind me, what was passage 2413? Oh yes, patient observation, and they kind of start walking.
I slip into Seth's room. Seth! Oh my god!
What? Alana, what are you doing here?
We have got to get out of this place. These people are crazy.
I agree. It's actually good that you're here. I want to speak with you and everyone else. I've been given some information that could help us. How did you come here, by the way? Where's your handler?
They're
Is he dead?
talking.
Oh.
No, he's not dead.
Okay.
Seth, what is it? What are we going... What do you know? Or do you want to talk to all of us? I mean...
Well, we probably have not enough time for me to go into complete detail. But as you might have already guessed, this is a formality. There is no judgment. We are essentially guilty. We are waiting for whatever it is they decree upon whatever trial they impose. However, there are ways to circumvent judgment.
Okay.
It requires going into the mountain itself. That is a part of it. And it also involves a fiend, a devil, that we must eliminate. Essentially, we are to call upon, I suppose, right of a trial of sorts.
Okay. I kind of figured they weren't going to let us off easy. They certainly weren't going to let us waltz out of here.
No, this is just a game.
Okay.
Have you found anything out?
No, I've just been doing other things.
Other things?
You know, smooching up to some people, trying to get 5 minutes alone in here with you.
I see.
But anyway, no, I mean not like that, you know. I guess you don't know. No.
Don't know.
It kind of feels awkward between us.
So at this point, I put my clothes on.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah. So.
I turn away. I'm sorry.
No,
Anyway,
it's quite all right.
I will talk to you later at breakfast, and I run out.
Okay. Also, Alana, I took the liberty of subtracting 5 gold from your inventory.
That's okay.
Yeah, so you all meet up at the breakfast table with your minders close at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I take this opportunity to relay everything that Bishop Calvia told Stefan, and just lay it out on the table and go, it's either this risk, well, very likely risk of death, as opposed to whatever it is these ultimates have in mind for us. And it doesn't seem good. They will likely try to make an example of us.
No. Rahaj is not going on this mission.
It is an option. It's
The
It's
idea
all
that
I
there's
know
only the only options are death and this mission. Listen, Raj had a prayer. The prayer is answered, maybe, but until then, no. There is no benefit in taking this. Oh, and by the way, this is Rana. Rana, this is everyone. This gestures to her.
Hello.
Back to what we were saying. There is no benefit in this.
Well, the benefit is a cleared record, essentially. But as I said, this is not the only option. Has anyone else discovered anything during their time here?
I was told about the trial. But even if I do survive it, my future's kind of, how do you say it, shit?
Rahaj has information that may hold useful. But we can keep that too. Rahaj will keep that to himself.
Oh, wait, actually, at this point, I'm going to share the last couple of visions Sethanon has. So I'm just going to paste it in the chat window, and he'll describe these following 3 premonitions.
Intriguing.
Are these your dreams?
Raj looks and makes awkward eye contact with Rana and goes, those are interesting descriptions that you mentioned.
Keep in mind, my premonitions are not always literal, and they do lack context at times.
Do your premonitions... when was it that you had these?
Over the last several nights.
Are they always of the future?
Yes.
Well, hadn't expected I'd be taking a bishop again.
Again?
Well, out of character, no, they're not always from the future.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
they're not? Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. So yeah, to answer your question, that first one is essentially you saw Rana.
Am I the tiefling? Wait, is Rahaj the tiefling?
I don't know.
He did not look like Raj, no.
No.
No. Well, he sounds like a cool guy.
And the third one, it sounds like what was told to me about that which dwells under this mountain.
Well, Rahaj is okay with not fighting that if anyone else is with him.
If there are other options, then sure, but... Well, Sethanon, was it? You've clearly seen why I'm here. I doubt that there's much for me in the way of options.
Indeed. As I've said, this is just a formality. We've essentially already been judged.
I knew I would be judged the second that the moonlight hit that woman. However, if there is a way out of it, that would be the more pleasant way.
I wanna eye up Rana's nonchalantly. I wanna eye up Rana's person. Can I tell how strong he is? Like, does he look like a guy that could really handle himself?
Who, Rana?
Rana's watcher.
Oh, her watcher. He's an old man. He's pretty skinny. Like in a fight, no, he would not be that useful. He might have some knowledgeable, he seems very wise, but other than that, he's not physically strong.
There may be other options.
Sethanon.
I look to Bliv and ask, what is this hollow garrison you speak of?
How much do you know about... Oh, let me bring up my lore.
Do you want me to paraphrase what you're saying, then?
Sure.
Yeah. So Blivette basically starts telling you about what she's learned about this place called the Curtain of Innocence. Curtain of Innocence is a huge mountain range which extends from like the east side in the west side in Thandalay all the way to the east in Taisho, and it cuts off. It's like the northern roof of the world. Beyond it is just unknown fields of snow where there's who knows what beyond. But basically, there's this old order, originally dwarven, that patrols those mountains to keep anything vicious from coming over to the other side. And basically, it's kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card is the Hollow Garrison. Anyone, like all these kingdoms signed a treaty so that anyone who wants to can join the Hollow Garrison regardless of whatever other commitments they have, like whether they're engaged to be married, whether or not they're a prisoner, even if they're a slave, although most slavers don't let their slaves know this. They're allowed to ask to join the Hollow Garrison, and they must be permitted to join. It's considered almost like another prison sentence because it's a very hard life, and you devote your whole life to it. Grey Wardens, Night's Watch, take your pick.
Oh,
it's kind of like that.
okay.
Sort of
Okay, cool.
concept.
Night's Watch. Got it.
But the only thing is, to convince them of this treaty, you actually have to find the treaty which has been lost. That's what the dwarf was essentially telling her, is that the treaty, the Trustians don't really acknowledge the treaty anymore, but if you can prove to them that the treaty exists by finding it in the archives, then they'll have no choice but to let you go to the Hollow Garrison, essentially.
Well, we should definitely try to find it at least for a safety measure, but it's not an option I like to consider very much.
Stephanon, you
Yes.
spoke of being clean in the eyes of the gods of this place, being able to get away, but you look at me and tell me, do you need to feel as though that you are clear in the eyes of Ultima?
Of course not. I don't believe in it. However, it's a technicality. Regardless of what I believe in, we live by the laws of the land. We must have some way to clear our names so that we are not harassed by this kind of situation anymore.
Well, the law of the lands. Why not make these lands ours?
Difficult to do from our current position.
But possible.
Well, first we have to get through these trials.
Agreed. And Rahaj is gonna look off. Are us and our people the only ones there, or is this like a common place full of many people in the robes?
You're the only ones at your table, and your minders are, of course, standing behind you, watching, an eye
Right.
open. But everyone else is kind of off on their own tables.
I'm gonna find a younger male, and I'm gonna basically just study him and get his image in my head.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Alana.
I saw that Rahaj just walked off.
I didn't walk off, I just sat there.
You just
Oh,
looking
okay.
around.
I kind of asked the group, do you guys think that we can defeat what's at the bottom of these dungeons?
Well, the best we've killed together was Bones. So, well, I guess an ogre, but we kind of cheated.
We did vanquish that demon that followed us back to the cave.
This seems to be a different caliber. That was a guiding bolt. These priests apparently cannot be able to do this on their own, so it's going to be harder.
So can I kind of insight check the group and see if, like, the morale of everyone, do they really believe what they're saying?
You could do an insight check, and yeah, you guys can decide what she would gain from that. So probably not much.
And I think it's pretty obvious on Bliv, though, that she's just, like, at the point of almost giving up.
Stephanon actually seems alright.
Mentally, Rahaj is fine. He just doesn't want to do anything for Ultima.
Well, there is something I can do, or I can attempt.
Are you speaking of smooching?
What does Samuel do behind me?
Samuel, he's just looking around like at the other minders, like, did anyone else hear that? Anyone else hear that?
He's like, praise Ultima!
He's very nervous right now.
I shake my head. No, no smooching. There's something I can do, but it would.
Tristan, how big is this table?
This table, it's a long table, like 8 meters long.
Rahaj is gonna lift a hand to her and say, "Hold, let us eat first and think about it. And when he does that, he's gonna cast silence around just us, and we're gonna look into and he's gonna look into his food and say, "Pretend as though that you are eating, and we can speak without being heard. We have
I
10 minutes."
I eat and whisper, like barely moving my mouth, and I talk. Was that okay?
Oh yeah.
Wait, does silence cover that?
Yeah, no, nothing can be heard outside of our bubble.
No saying
Okay.
yeah. It can pass through. Yeah.
So if we're in it, no one outside can hear it, right?
Yeah, that's basically what that means.
Okay.
But you also can't hear anyone outside. You're just now in your quiet bubble, so you can actually talk at normal volume as long as they
Okay.
just don't see your mouth moving.
We have 10 minutes.
Okay. So I kind of talk into my food and eat at the same time, and I say, "Listen, I can do something. If I can get a word with this bishop or person that's over the cathedral, I can maybe talk to them, but it would send up a huge red flag for me. And if it worked, we would need to leave the cathedral immediately, as quickly as we could."
Well, Rahaj can get himself out no matter what. This is not a problem. But he does
But-
not want to go by himself. He wants to make sure everyone else can get out. With no bloodshed, Rahaj can escape.
Jacket pipes up at this point too, and she says, "Now hold on now, Cephanon. What exactly did they say? What they wanted us for?"
They essentially want us to be the face of Ultima. The idea of this, as far as I can understand, is that we must vanquish this devil, and then we take a year-long pilgrimage of sorts. We essentially become paragons of Ultima. It's a political move as well, to rally the morale of the people and further influence their decision to follow this religion.
Are we sure? If perhaps it would certainly ease my mind if I knew exactly what this pilgrimage was about.
As Rahaj said, until his prayer is answered, he will not be partaking in anything where we are a paragon of Ultima. No offense to one.
Whatever happens, I would find comfort in it. If we are judged unfairly and we die martyrs, then those unworthy souls would be punished, and I would find comfort in that. If we go to the Hollow Garrison that Blivette you mentioned, we would still serve this world, defending it from evil, and I would find comfort in that too.
I find it
Only-
difficult to stomach the idea of spreading Ultima's word.
I don't
Well, in taking the vow of Ultima and becoming one of the pillars of it, it would be quite easy to take it down from the inside. Just to pose a thought.
That is a good point.
What are you talking about? Taking it down?
Oh, Rana, this is our friend Dubois. He is a paladin of Ultima.
Oh, it's good to see that there are some good ones around.
I try to be.
He's had his moments.
By taking it down from the inside, I meant obviously the clear unfairness that's going on with most of them, the judgment that's being cast unfairly.
I hope you did. In any case,
How long has it been, Tristan?
You still got, let me see. You got 6 minutes. You're actually doing pretty
Oh,
good.
never mind. Keep going, guys. This is easy.
in any case, the third option in which we would try to defeat this demon. Perhaps this is a suicidal plan, yes, but be sure of this, that if we go for that option, I will fight with all my fury, and Ultima, her true power would assist us in this righteous enterprise.
This is
Of that, I
Ultima's
have no
demon.
doubt.
This is Ultima's demon, not mine.
Well, then it is mine, Rahaj.
And make it part of your goal to make it there. You can go. There is nothing stopping any of us. We do not all need to be in this together. We understand that, correct?
Indeed.
Yes.
Dubois, as much as we may have had a rocky beginning, I would prefer if you stayed alive. This is quite a powerful demon to vanquish. Maybe there are other options that Ultima would deem. And do you think the way we are being treated is just? These might not be Ultima's demons, at least yours under her. It could be theirs, and if they're unjust, they're definitely not yours.
I don't mind dying a martyr to unfair laws, but I would quite frankly prefer to stay alive, and this seems to be the only viable option. For now, at least.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and don't forget, our time is limited. We must work with what we have.
Can I lean back out of the bubble and grin at Samuel?
Yeah.
So, and my head's out of the bubble. Hi.
Yes.
Can I ask a favor of you?
What's that?
You think I could talk to your boss, your bishop?
You mean the Grand Archbishop, the Grandis?
Well, who was the out of character? Who was the person that
So the Grandis is basically like the head of the entire church.
Okay. Well, the bishop. No. The person who talked to Seth, the one was that the grand?
She was the Bishop of Ketland. That was Calvia.
I want to talk to her. Can I ask him if I can have an audience with the Bishop of Ketland?
I can ask one of the gods to ask her for you. Yes.
I would love it. And I wink at him.
And he just walks over, talks to a guard for a bit, and the guard walks off.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Samuel.
Very well. All right. What are you guys doing for the rest of the day?
A bishop. I can't. No, I'm just waiting on the guard to come back.
Wait on the guard. Okay.
Raj wants to chat with Seth after breakfast.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead.
What's up, bro?
Give him a big old hug.
Oh yeah.
Sit in the...
Reciprocating that hug.
And your silence is worn off, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, I wanted to talk to him outside, away from everyone else.
Okay. Yeah.
So I assume this is later, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Zetanan.
Yes.
So, fighting a demon? Is that what you wish to do?
Well, mathematically, when we weigh all of our options, it is the only one that seems to have any sort of reasonable chance of success.
When Rahash says the word ogre, is there any way a recreation could be made?
What do you mean?
Much as the quill, when it falls gently.
I see.
Be able to.
I think so, with proper preparation and the right people.
But you and I,
Of course.
we could.
Yes.
It seems to me that there is a third option.
Which is?
Some night, Stefan. Have you met Rana at the table?
Yes.
And her god, it is a beautiful one. Occasionally I will look out my window and I will see the moon and I will feel a presence. Out that window, it's a different world. Do you follow?
At this point, Sethanon is just like looking at him, kind of like blankly, not getting all of it. And he'll just say, I'll just say, not quite. The moon outside?
Would you... And I'm guessing they're still there, so... Sethanon, would you be willing to take a leap of faith for Ultima?
If I must.
So a leap of faith through this window of opportunity.
Yeah,
Knowing
at this
that
point,
you're
Seth
flawed.
clicks in, and he's like, yes, I would be willing to, yes.
So one night, you and I, a night's much like maybe what tonight will be like. We could take
Yes,
this leap of faith together.
Certainly.
Well,
Faithful.
Raj hopes that we are on the same page here, because very confused up to this point.
We are on the same page, my friends.
Okay. Well, and Rahaj looks to his person and goes, I hope all of that was as confusing to you as it was for Rahaj to explain. Maybe go out and walk.
I am just here to raise Ultima and keep an eye on you.
Sethanon, should we go to, the rookery? I haven't been there yet.
Yes, sounds interesting.
A question once more, Sethanon, because Rahaj is stupid and forgot. Exactly how many feathers?
Well, you just need one.
No. How many possible feathers are there?
Oh, how is he going to say this without sounding weird?
How many quills did you have back at your home?
A dozen less 7.
Oh, of course! Rahaj is a math boy. Well, you know what? Maybe you should go speak to Alana for a little while and tell her about Rahaj's great metaphor, as Rahaj goes to speak to Alana, because the metaphor did sprout from her.
Yeah. And I sort of like rub my temple with my fingers and say, yes, I will do that while you handle your task.
Thank you, Sethanon. And Raj is going to give him another hug. Oh,
And when we hug, I whisper to him, "You must come up with code."
What did you say? I couldn't hear you in the
Yeah, you
delay.
can't actually whisper. Oh, here.
I say to Rahaj, or whisper, we must come up with a code.
Agreed, this is way too difficult. And then as
should have taken message.
As we break apart, Raj is going to look to him and say, and by the way, keep it on the down low. And Raj points to his friend. You keep it on the down low too, my friend. But I think Alana might be interested in you. Just
so are you
something Raj
pointing
picked up. He's pointing...
Samuel?
His helper guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, ha, don't talk to anybody about it.
But I don't know what you're talking about. That would be inappropriate.
No, I meant she's in love with Seth.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Seth,
I was
I think
confused.
Alana
This is
might
why
have
this is
some-
where not having physical bodies.
So
Yeah.
confused.
You're not there, Alana.
So, quick question: is everyone good to go just 15 more minutes? I promise 15 minutes tops. We don't have
Yeah.
to.
I'm gonna go all night.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's been so long. It's been so long since.
I'm loving it. It's great
Okay,
to be
cool.
here. But yeah,
Um,
Raj is like, so Alana has an eye for you. Just saying, look out for it. I don't know for sure, but if you want, I can give you some of my lines. They are perfect.
So you're saying this to Cephalonon so that Samuel will hear it.
I just it was a joke. Like Samuel, don't talk about it either. So he's in on it. I want him to be my friend.
I'll just pat Rahaj on the shoulder and say, "Birds of a feather. Yes, I think I'm not sure. Let us just
Hey,
our plan."
hey, bros before bows. Am I right?
Yes, I understand that.
Hey, and then he high fives.
High five.
And I'm gonna go try to find Rana.
Brana has been
Oh.
sat at the table, just sitting there.
Oh, we're not at the table.
Oh no, Rana's still sitting at the table though. She's just sitting there to piss off her handler.
I
Did
go
the
back.
guard ever come back?
So yes, the guard comes back to you, Alana, like after an hour or so. He comes back to you and says, "The Lady Bishop Clavia will see you tomorrow morning."
Okay. But inside, I'm doing a little dance.
And he walks off. Alright, cool. What's everyone doing? Time passes.
Raj
Day
is gonna
continues.
try to find Rana.
I'll
Liv just
relay
stays in
the
her
feather
room.
thing to Alana.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Rahaj hasn't been saying anything pervy to you, has he?
When does he not? But that's
I
part of his charm.
True.
So yeah, I just basically try my best, because I assume we're still being, monitored, to say the whole, leap of faith. Tonight's a beautiful night.
Yeah, he communicates essentially what Raj said.
Okay.
Make
I kind
hand
of roll. I
gestures.
kind of roll my eyes at the miscommunication part. At the little code that he had going.
Okay, so you continue for the rest of the day. You find you wanted to talk to Rana, Raj?
Yeah.
And just tell her the same thing, more or less?
Yeah, but he's gonna walk over and he's gonna make it more smooth. Like he's gonna walk over and sit at the table and first look at her and give her like a wink, like I'm about to do some shit. And he's gonna go,
Okay.
"Oh, Rana, you are one of the most beautiful creatures I have ever seen." Gives another wink, like this is the shit I'm pulling.
Rana sets down whatever she was holding to eat with, folds her hands, rests her chin on top of them, and says, "Oh, I was about to say the same about yourself."
"Oh, Rana, it is so beautiful to hear." And Raj takes her hands and then gets close, then looks over to what's my guy's name? I keep forgetting.
It's I forgot already now that I'm all. What's it? It's Barzine.
Marzine.
Barzine
Raj-
with a B.
Oh, Barzine goes, Barzine, isn't love just so beautiful? And Raj kisses her hands.
Oh, it is truly what life is all about, but I'm not sure you should be touching the other acolytes here.
Oh, of course. A forbidden love. Two houses divided. But, sir, if we could have but one moment to relative quiet. Is this at all possible?
He just begins laughing really hard, like this big, low, deep, hearty laugh. Oh, Raj, you are truly a funny jokester. Truly in the spirit of Saint Nicholas. Oh, yes. But no. No, you don't.
Did he just go for St. Nicholas?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
My great friend, whom I'm sure bears many gifts and can travel basically the world in one day with your mind.
I haven't heard of that, sir.
Will you forgive? For Rahaj is still such an adept in this. Will you forgive if Rahaj says something privately, whispers in her ear, and then he will go to his room and repent, but please allow one mere moment.
Raj, I found you entertaining when you first arrived here. I'm
Uh-oh.
starting not to think you are very entertaining.
Oh, shoot. That's unfortunate.
Indeed.
Well, hey, Rana, stick your hand out your window tonight. And then Raj gets up and goes, let's talk about your loot, friend. And then just
Yeah, Barzini kind of like, when you say that to Rana, he's like, you get -1 influence.
whatever.
Rana's going to reply with, I will wait to feel your spiritual embrace caress my hand.
Oh my god.
My love. And then Raj dashes out and says, wait, hold on, you need to come with me. Sorry, I forgot that whole rule. And then walks out with him.
Okay, so Darian and Barzini following as well. So what does everyone want to do now? I'm basically just gonna skip ahead to 5 p.m. unless you guys want.
I want to try to relay the message to Bliv and Dubois as well.
Bliss staying in her room, so she's easy to find.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got hand puppets and everything to try to help.
Yeah. So you guys figure out like the conversation between Rahaj and Sethanon, essentially.
Can you explain it clearly? 'Cause
With hand puppets.
I am afraid
We're
I
gonna
cannot
jump
explain
out our
it.
windows and he's gonna cast Featherfall.
Whoa! You didn't hear that, because the guys are still listening to you.
No, I
Your
didn't
mind
say
is-
that. I was explaining to him.
Yeah, sure. But he still has to figure it out in character.
Oh, never mind. Hey, that didn't happen.
The question is,
I'll say if you like, you can make a prescience roll, and then we can explain the plan.
Nah, whatever. You're good. I'm sure
Sure.
you'll figure it out on your own.
well, might as well.
Or you won't. Either way, I'm getting out of here.
That's
Oh!
a critical fail.
So unfortunately, Dubois is not really quite sure what you're talking about, but he's like, okay.
I think Liv gets the gist of it after a little while.
Yeah, you make a prescience roll too.
Alrighty.
Oop, made it harder on you guys.
With
Sorry.
+1.
Ha! I passed.
You're good. Yeah, so you definitely understand what he's saying. Sethanon.
Our pillows, are they downfilled or are they like?
They do have feathers inside them, yeah.
Excellent.
Raj.
Alright, well,
Alright, so
I'm done for the night.
you're done for the night. Anyone else?
Mm-mm.
Yep. Alright, so yeah, your minders return you to your rooms at 6 p.m. Doors closed. You all.
Before he leaves, Raj goes, I'm so sorry for what happened today. Can we go back to speaking of the loot tomorrow?
Oh, of course. And he locks your door.
My friend.
So yeah, that's everyone goes to sleep.
Nope. I'm gonna look out the window.
At what time are you doing this, Raj?
Oh, night, when the moon's out. That makes sense.
So like how midnight-ish?
Yeah, midnight sounds like a good time.
Okay. Alana, I want you to make a. Is Alana going to sleep?
Stay up.
Stay up? Okay.
Rana is going to do what she was told. She had no idea what time though, so like at around I don't know, 10 or 11, she's just gonna walk to the window and stick her arm out and wait, see what happens.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you stick your arm out of the window. It comes to midnight. What are you doing?
Alright, so Rahaj
I
is
assume
gonna...
you're all awake, right?
Yeah, at this
I
point,
am.
Bliv took a little nap, but then...
Yeah. And Jacket as well.
Although, I imagine Bliv just kind of slept all
Well,
day.
I guess I'm not. I did not understand what they were saying.
Yes, Dubois didn't really figure out what it meant, so he is currently asleep.
Rahaj is going to sit at the windowsill enough to have his head outside of it. This seems like a bad idea now that I'm out here, but I'm doing it.
Oh,
And he's going to look to where Sethanon's window is relative to his room. Well, first, Raj's going to look around to see if there's someone just staring at him from a watchtower.
From a watchtower, you don't see. You actually make a perception check, to be fair.
here's a question. Can I send a mage hand over into Dubois' room through the window to try and wake him up?
Depending on the range, yeah. I'd say
Let's see.
with your room,
I'm right next to him.
rooms, yeah, you're right next to him. It's about 10 feet apart, like from the window to his room.
It has a 30-foot range, so...
Yeah, you can make it to his room.
Okay, I'm gonna send a mage hand over to just, like, poke at him until he wakes up. Hit him on the face.
Spectral hand just, like, slapping you awake.
So you hear Dubois waking up. What the hell?
The hand points towards the window and then flies out and goes back to Bliz's room.
That was an accident.
Ooh, what's that, Tristan?
I don't know how spells work, so...
So I had a 15 perception?
So you had a 15 perception. No, as far as you can tell, there's no guards watching sentry. The only guards you see watching sentry are farther, like, around the side of the mountain where that guard keep was when you first came in.
Rahaj is gonna cast Thaumaturgy outside of Seth's window, just to make, like, I think I could do, like, the sound of a crow, like a spooky crow, right outside his window.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am at the window.
Yep.
Friend, are you there?
Yes.
So, do we want to do it now or later?
Well, is everyone ready?
I can give them a signal like I did you.
Yes, please keep in mind the limit of the spell. I can only use it on 5 people at a time.
How long does it last?
A minute.
A minute. Oh, is that enough time to get to the bottom?
How high are we up, actually?
Now that we're here.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Can I make one too or no?
Well, Jack can go spider, so that's one less person.
Yeah.
Critical fail would be amazing at this point. We're fine. Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
We see everything.
It's hard to say exactly. This is a mountain, so, like, to where there's rocks that you would land on beneath you, probably, like, quarter of a mile. The bottom of the mountain, that's, like, at least a mile, though.
Okay, let me just double check the spell description.
I'm starting to regret this plan.
Okay, so just for other people who don't, this is out of character. The spell is 1 minute. It does not require concentration. 60 feet per round. So that's...
Before you go on, Seth, I'm gonna have to say you'd have to make a precedence to tell them that.
Oh, I'm not telling them. I'm just like letting the players know.
I see, yeah,
so everybody can understand what they're potentially agreeing to.
Yes.
But yeah, that's how it works. Now, I have a question here because it doesn't require concentration, and the spell doesn't stipulate disallowance of multiple castings. It seems like technically I could cast it, have 5 people be under the effect. Next round, I could cast it again for up to another 5 people. Correct?
It would seem. I'm just double checking.
Because our plan hinges on that working that way.
Yeah, it's just 5 falling creatures within range.
Yeah.
So after 6 seconds, you would have fallen. Let's see, what you take when you creature 60 feet falls. So 6 seconds. Oh gosh, I need my Earthmancer. I'm not sure how many feet you would fall, but after the 6 seconds, if you're falling slowly... Oh no, it says actually here 60 feet per round.
Yeah.
So yeah, you would have fallen 60 feet, so they would no longer be in your range to cast the spell. Unless...
Well, I was thinking like have
people.
5 people go first.
Yes, if you
and
cast
then
it on
I would be with this whoever's left over. I would.
Then you would work, yeah.
Okay.
Sethana, do you need to be touching us for us to take effect?
No, I just need to be within several yards.
You know. before anyone else wakes up, it could be you and I that escape, get help, and bring them back.
I think everyone's awake at
It's
this
not
point.
likely when we are found to be missing and the others remaining. Seeing how as these ultimates operate, they would simply assume that everyone was, let's say, a term you might know, in cahoots with each other. The remaining would be punished severely, likely
Yeah.
put to death.
That's why you're the brains of this operation, Sethana. Well, if you're down to do it tonight, we can do it tonight.
I am
Mind you,
ready.
I will let you know. Once again, Rahaj will not be doing a mission for Ultima. So, no matter what, Rahaj is getting out.
I understand.
Alright, would you like me to wake them up?
Yes.
Everyone's awake.
Rahaj, well, get them to the window. Rahaj is gonna do the same thing he did with Thermaturgy to all the other windows.
You all
Just a
hear
light crow.
a call.
A light
front of
crow
your windows.
cawing.
Rana has her
Head
arm out the window and is just looking out anyway, so she just hears a caw from nowhere.
Rana, come out. Get your head out the window.
So Rahaj is gonna leave his axe.
Yeah, it's better than working for Ultima. Rana, stick your head out the window.
You're very loud for someone who's attempting an escape.
Whatever, I don't care. Get out.
We'd be leaving
So-
our stuff. Oh god.
It is your choice. Sethanon, do you wish to go?
To
We
be
have
honest,
all this time. To be fair, we could just use this time for private speaking. We don't have to do it, but we have this
one
moment. So
issue
let's
with
talk.
this plan is that we would be forever on the run as fugitives. It would
Eh?
severely hinder our ability to operate.
Well,
Not
in this
much
kingdom,
different
at
than
least.
Rahaj's
But-
life.
What are you all talking about?
Just in
Alana,
this
What are you
kingdom, they
planning?
seem to be everywhere.
Alana's doing something.
Do I hear the crow? Can I stick my head out the window? Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, you hear this.
Do I see anybody?
You see everyone's head sticking out of the windows.
What are you guys doing?
Just hanging out.
What? What? This is like so comedic. Sticking our heads out the window, talking.
It is a private moment to speak or a chance to escape. Your choice.
Look, my shit is here. I've got to get it back before we go anywhere.
You know you cannot hide. There are a lot of guards that are not going to let you do that.
Rahaj doesn't plan on hiding.
Raj, go ahead, Picard. I'm sorry.
Does he plan on dying?
Raj plans on taking the shape of the boy he saw today. He is not the fugitive.
Interesting.
You see, Raj is so smart.
What about us,
has his
Raj?
Oh shit.
Raj,
I could
Give me-
I could be a guard escorting all of you.
give me one more day.
What are the trials tomorrow morning?
I have a meeting with the bishop in the morning.
No. What are you going to do?
Like I told you before, I have an ultimatum with her. Him. Is it a her or him?
It's a
It's
her.
a her.
It's a her. It's a her. The bishop.
Ah. Okay. Raj is okay with waiting.
And I blow him a kiss, and then I go back in.
Yeah, these are worth nothing.
It's the
Don't
thought
get
that
Raj
counts.
killed. What?
So, is everyone resting for the night then?
Yes.
Guess
Yep.
so.
Rahaj is saying the same prayer again. Verbatim for Sirik. This
Yeah,
is gonna
okay.
be an every night thing, by the way.
Yeah.
While he's here.
Alana, so you all go to sleep for the night. Alana, roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh. Am I blind in the morning? Let's see.
Well, because you're currently unconscious. Roll
No.
again.
You're currently unconscious?
Oh.
Sleeping.
Is it Samuel?
So eventually, Alana, morning comes. Everyone starts waking up. Morning comes, and as you wake up and you rise from your bed, you see sitting on a chair in front of you with dark spectacles, black dark spectacles shrouding his eyes, with a long black jacket and deep red skin, and these two black horns that are these short black horns just poking up like little spikes. You see, with a cigar in between his fingers, he takes a deep puff of smoke and breathes out.
I'm in hell.
Well, these are pretty interesting circumstances you got yourself into.
I sit up in bed.
And that's where we'll finish off for tonight. So no combat experience, obviously, from this game, but I will be giving you, some extra XP as the week goes on for extra stuff. Thanks for joining us again. For anyone watching on YouTube and Twitch, I apologize for the long episode, but it's been so long. We've been away.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
And also, I want to say, everyone, give a big thank you to Casey for joining our.
Casey!
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful job, yeah, wonderful job as Ren. I'm really excited to see what happens next. And we will continue this next week on 20 Sides next Sunday. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Thanks,